Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Special Education Advisory Panel, Arizona State Special Education Advisory Panel. This is the meeting on November 10th, 2020 at 9:30, and the meeting is now called to order. It looks, Leanne, would you tell us if we have a quorum or not?
Give me just a second here.
Yeah, I believe we do.
Thank you. Okay, I'm reminding people of the functions and purpose of the CEOP and the objectives for today's meeting. They are in the agenda. I would suggest that you pull the agenda up because we have a link in there that we will be looking at a little bit later on. So it might be useful for you to have that in front of you. It might help as we move forward in our discussion. Our first item of business is call for public comment, and I believe there is no public comment. Is there at this time? Could you help me with that? It would be on the website, correct?
There was not one submitted.
No public comment submitted. Okay, very good. Thank you. So our next agenda item is discussion of actionable items and future topics from reports for the field. The reports for the field are listed on the website. I'll give you a few moments to orient yourself and to pull those up. We received, what, 8 or 9? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Any member who submitted a written report from the field, would you like to clarify anything in your report? Or make a comment on it? I think in looking at all of them, this is not an actionable item, but I think that the landscape that we're working in now with COVID is certainly put some stress on everyone. I'm seeing, in terms of teachers, I'm seeing words like burnout and opportunities for training that are a little different. Anybody else have any major comments on the reports? Yes, Nancy, you're muted. You asked to unmute. Okay.
I think Becca has to do that. Okay, there you go.
Thank you. I did just want to comment. I did not get my comment in on time, apparently, to be posted. So I did want to comment in referencing another panel member's writing about concern for students who need to remain online due to health concerns, and they are not getting synchronous instruction in general education. Some schools have plans that are asynchronous learning, meaning recorded video of teachers, not allowing for children to interact with a teacher during instruction. And then there are times that, to schedule office hours. I am seeing from parents that there is some direct specially designed instruction going on, but I am concerned about students with disabilities access to general education in the online format, and wondered if, perhaps we need to look at maybe some more guidance for schools who are providing that.
That seems like it would be an actionable item. asking for guidance. Asking ADE to give schools guidance for that, or for students that need synchronous instruction who are not able to come to school because of health concerns. Is that correct? Okay. I'll make a note of that. And Becca, I hope you could make a note of that too for us, please. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm taking notes too. So this, Nancy, would be in addition to what AD and everybody's already posted on guidance around COVID and the pandemic. So additional, like more like thorough or more in-depth is what you're asking. I'm just checking because I know they've put out a lot of guidance already.
Becca, are our controls such that I have to unmute people? Can you please loosen those controls a little bit? For some reason,
She went back on mute.
it seems like I have to
Yeah.
They should be
ask
good.
to unmute and then she's allowed to.
They should be allowed to mute themselves.
For some
Thank
reason.
you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, so there may be more recent guidance that I'm not aware of as a parent now that I no longer work in the schools. I retired from public education. So, but I am concerned with kids who cannot attend in person, of course, per their parent decision, because they may be health vulnerable. There is not synchronous instruction from general education teachers. And I'm not sure that that has been addressed. If a child is having challenges accessing asynchronous with a disability, but they're at home because of their health concerns. And I know everyone could jump to homebound, but I think there's another layer maybe we're missing.
So would it be
Okay,
appropriate for our panel to ask for a reminder to be sent out to the districts to assure this?
I'm not sure what that reminder is. Maybe Alyssa could help us out on that, but I think districts were allowed to, you know, choose what their online option, or even if they were offering the online option at this point, I'm not sure, but I know in the district I reside in, the online option is all asynchronous.
Okay. Alyssa, you're muted.
And
Yeah,
I
I was
can
gonna ask
unmute
you
myself.
if you
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay.
What I would say is that the challenge, certainly, Nancy, you have a point. There is a lot of variability in how instruction is being provided for students who are in online learning environments. The challenge is that every district and charter can choose how they want to offer online learning, how they want to provide general instruction. And there's limited enforcement that we have at the department or limited structure that we can provide for them on how to make that happen. There are certainly consequences for districts and charters who fail to provide FAPE, who fail to provide what is provided in a student's IEP. And we can absolutely, especially if we start finding ourselves moving back into more online learning after we've kind of been moving into in-person, we can ramp that back up again and help them understand what they should be offering, especially if they're moving back into hybrid. All of those options need to be considered. All of that access needs to be considered. And I think that's something we absolutely can do. But in terms of what is offered at each individual district or charter, or even schools within a district, that is very much outside of our control.
But the state does have influence and recommendations.
Yes, those recommendations already exist. They existed back in the spring, and they they currently exist in robust FAQs, websites, guidance that exist on both ADE's general site and ESS's COVID-19 specific sites. But I think that we could probably target reminder guidance, especially if we start seeing movement back into more
Okay.
online instruction.
I was just looking for a kernel of actionable rather than
Sure.
ain't it awful and we can't do anything, you
No,
know?
sure.
Okay, okay,
Thank
great.
you for that, Alyssa, very much. It's very much appreciated. I know maybe, a range of online should be considered, a continuum like we operate with in special
yeah.
education, a continuum of general education, because right now my child's not receiving FAPE from the school. My child's receiving FAPE maybe from my husband, who's a stay-at-home parent. So that is a challenge for sure.
Any other comments? Yes, Nicole, I see your hand.
Thank you. To sort of tag on to that, but in kind of a different avenue, what I've heard recently is the challenge for families who are doing on campus, but this was probably a challenge outside of COVID, but it's just been emphasized because of COVID, being allowed to have BTs on campus of schools. A lot of children are being sent home because of behavioral issues or concern of medical. They're calling them medical issues, but they're not. For example, one parent told me that her son was sent home because they thought he was having seizures when really he was having characteristics of autism, sensory behaviors. And so with COVID, this is just magnified because he gets sent home and then he's already missing time because if there's medical challenges within the school, and then it's just, there's not a lot of consistency that's happening because of COVID. And what I've heard from a couple different families is if having a BT on the campus, which with virtual learning, families are utilizing that. So if they could utilize that on campus, it would seem to assist schools in being more consistent to offer FAPE to families during this time, and then something that could be carried on after COVID. So I wasn't sure if there's any insight or guidance or advice that we can kind of steer in that direction to help during this pandemic and even afterwards.
What does the guidance say regarding therapists coming to the schools? Are they disallowed now?
As someone who's worked on our safety plans quite extensively, breathing this and sleeping, dreaming of it all day, every day, that is a decision certainly that the school can make. Our stance on that is if it's someone that we bring into the school for services or support, that is allowed, as long as they follow all of our safety protocols. But we are not allowing like volunteers or external people unassociated with the school at this point. So it depends what kind of the relationship is perhaps, and maybe that school or that school system wants to minimize the amount of extra potential exposures or spreading things from one campus to another potentially, things like that. So I think I hear what you're saying, and I think you're certainly right about that. But I think there's just a whole other extra layer of it's a logistical nightmare to try and do all the things that we would normally like to do. And so I think just remembering that some of those things certainly are worth a conversation with the school or the district, but some of them may just not be possible based on the fact that we would like to just keep the kids in school to begin with at a lot of places. I know, at least speaking for myself, so.
Do we see an actionable item in that issue, or is it just a report from what seems to be happening?
And I would just encourage you, all of you, that if you feel like those that have been reading and following the guidance and kind of keeping up with it, and I'm not asking for an answer right this second, but if you feel like Nancy kind of pointed out, but some things that might be missing or that could be a little beefier, if you will, that's what we would probably need to hear from you guys on, you know, again, because we're what, 8-9 months since I don't remember when this started, whatever March is till now. And so I know, and those guidance were put up, you know, fairly early on. So if there's things that you think that need to be highlighted more or addressed, that's what I think we're asking of you guys, because it does sound like the Department of Ed has spent a lot of time in raising special kids and others putting pieces together. So that's just another way to ask what we're looking for here so that we don't just try to guess.
I would think one item that is actually actionable on the part of ADE that they could actually do, you know, they don't have authority to design a health plan or safety plan for the schools, and all of the stuff that's come out as guidance only. Schools don't even have to follow it. Is if there are practices that could be highlighted, or delivery of instruction, or you know, that student level support that could be highlighted that some schools are doing really well. You know, providing some professional development around that, some online, you know, one of the many things that you guys have been offering as we have gone through this, which has been so helpful. I think that would be a way to get at it too, because I think a lot of times, you know, it's very hard when you get all of this guidance and you're trying to put the guidance from 8 different places together. But when you can actually see something and have someone demonstrate how that looks in real life, I think you can get to a more teacher level a lot faster than the guidance, which usually kind of the district or those people usually kind of handle. So that would just be my suggestion, to actually get some of those things down to the teacher level so that there can be a little bit more movement a little bit more quickly.
And I would agree with Heidi.
That's
And
helpful.
I would just add to that. I mean, I realize it's impossible to come up with a long-term plan with everything constantly changing and fluctuating, but to have long-term in mind, because we don't know how long our schools are going to look like this. And if we're just looking at right now, then we're going to constantly be in flux and constantly be missing opportunities, and we're going to constantly be behind the 8 ball instead of getting ahead of it. So I definitely agree with everything that Heidi said, and would just add to that of keeping the long-term in mind. Obviously understanding that we know that a long-term plan is probably going to be changed multiple times because of new information, but just doing our best to try to think about how is this going to cover this whole school year going forward, in hopes that maybe we can eliminate constantly revisiting conversations.
Alyssa, can
Okay,
you
that's helpful.
take that guidance to the superintendent or to the people who are developing our guidance documents?
Sure. I mean, absolutely everything that ESS is developing and everything that the department in general is developing is intended to provide stability and as much consistent support as possible. So yes, I understand the desire, the need truly to have a playbook moving forward as much as we can, understanding that circumstances are changing. I think the thing that I have the most control over is what ESS puts forward. And so if you look at the ESS website, it's broken out into school closure. We have 2 websites that are dedicated to COVID-19 specifically, and we did this on purpose. We organized them purposefully. One is COVID-19 school closure, which was intended for the spring of 2020 till through early summer, because that was kind of a different scenario. Although we may be revisiting it if school closure happens again. And then we've got school reentry, which is intended to cover hybrid scenarios, in-person scenarios, with the full range of FAPE, in person, all the things that we would expect, understanding that school is not closed. and that we have a different executive orders from the governor now than we did back in the spring. So there's a lot of overlap in the guidance, but they're two separate scenarios. If moving forward, we find ourselves in a different situation, we might have another set of variables, but we intended for that school reentry to cover us for the entire remainder of the school year. I think the tricky part for us is districts and charters have the authority to do what they would like to do in terms of implementing instruction. So we can absolutely, and we will be absolutely, putting out as much information, reminders, guidance, technical assistance, training, all of those things that we can do to help them remember how to implement FAPE during this situation and what the consequences are if they fail to implement FAPE. You know, that's really what our mandate is. So things that you can give us in terms of recommendations that really help us hone in on what we can help them help them remember. Those are, I think, the most helpful, the most direct recommendations that can be implemented. But certainly, I can take other things forward to the superintendent or to leadership to consider.
Christina?
Question. So this is really to Alyssa and maybe for group discussion. I'm just curious about the ability for ESS to perhaps temporarily increase the compliance that it does during this time, or you know, perhaps somehow have like a more highly manned hotline or something like that, where parents can voice their concerns or possibly report. You know, I mean, I understand that there's complaint forms for state complaints and also for due process, and so I don't know, maybe this is more of a question for parent resources to better train on how to do that. But it's to understand, I mean, it's really quite intimidating to a parent to file a state complaint or a due process. So so my thought is more so on an easier track, if you will, to get some help or report some type of a FAPE, lack of FAPE issue. I'm just curious if there's anything that ESS can do on that matter.
So one of the things that ESS is doing, I think we have a meeting scheduled this week, is with Raising Special Kids. We're meeting together to develop a parent-friendly guidance document. I'm not sure what form it will take yet, regarding compensatory services, understanding that there are many situations that have arisen and will arise during the course of this year where FAPE has not been able to be provided because of a whole variety of circumstances, and we want to make sure that parents understand what their rights are and that schools have literature that they can provide to parents, and that Raising Special Kids has that, and that we have it available on the website in parent-friendly language. So that's one of the things that we're trying to do to provide that information. And there, I believe that there is parent-friendly information available on resources if you disagree with what the school is providing. That kind of goes back to the conversation we had at the last CAP. So, and I think, are we scheduled to talk about that today? Yes, we're scheduled to talk about that today, later on. So I at any rate, certainly in terms of can we step up our compliance, I can address that and say not particularly. We have to exercise general supervision as it's mandated in the IDEA consistently, regardless of COVID.
Nancy, you have a further comment?
Thank you. Yes, I'm just wondering if district, charter, school leaders are getting together to share some of the creative ways that they've addressed some of these concerns. For example, with Nicole's scenario, you know, if your guidance is that your behavior tech cannot go from school to school within one day, you're serving one school per day. If the other school needs some supports, perhaps you're getting on a live Teams or Zoom video so the expert can observe the child and coach the staff on how to implement some sort of teaching or intervention. So I'm just wondering if maybe perhaps there are people who are maybe getting together, offering creative suggestions, and then that can be shared, because a creative suggestion in a small rural district would be very different, you know, and maybe a larger urban district didn't even think of that solution because the urban district has been implementing that maybe for years. So I'm just wondering if that's going on in the Administrator Association and can be shared with everyone.
I wanted to double, that was kind of where I was headed too, is shifting away from just thinking about compliance. How can we share exemplars, and maybe all of us as a group through our individual social media, you're raising special kids, how can we start promoting the stories of where it's working? And also I was wondering if there's ever been thought with the superintendent partnering with the governor to use some of the innovation dollars that they allocated under the GEARS Act to really, because this is going to take innovation. This is something schools have never tried to do. And so I'm on the vetting committee for the Innovation Acts that the $1 million for AFE Arizona. 2 of the grants that we gave out in the first round were specifically for schools that were targeting innovative methods to get to their special education students. But maybe we could brainstorm a way to really do something really cool and exciting and positive using some of the federal dollars to target like some kind of an innovation program just for special education.
Any further comments? Okay.
Sorry. I couldn't unmute myself fast enough.
Okay. Yes, Christine.
So I just wanted to, I guess, ask a follow-up question to Carla to learn more, like how could that be spearheaded? How could CEAP become a part of that? Is that an actionable item? Is it, how do you see that proceeding, Carla?
Just off the top of my head, we could just put that as a recommendation to the superintendent. Both the superintendent and the governor receive federal dollars that they can use for this. And I'm not being presumptive. I don't know if it's all been allocated yet. I think they're still remaining. But basically, I think our recommendation as CEAP is bringing all of these concerns that we're talking about, but recognizing that schools need support and space to be innovative and think freely. And a more positive approach rather than just compliance and enforcement would be to kind of spearhead some kind of a innovation program. And it could be ongoing beyond this, honestly. I mean, I think we would all agree that we would love to see innovation in special education even beyond just COVID-19.
Absolutely. Kathleen and Susan, are we able to make a motion to do that, or would you like us to wait until a period of time in our agenda to maybe make some decisions about
Look at the under CEAP business key points at 2:30, if you don't mind. And Christina, if you would remind us to bring it up. Okay, that would give us some time to reflect and to develop, and then and then this agenda could move forward. Thank you. Okay, so what I'd like to start with now is our Early Childhood Inclusion Task Force. The agenda that you had earlier had a slight change in order, and the new agenda was sent out right before the meeting began. So it's just a flip of 2 items. The Early Childhood Task Force and the indicators 1, 2, 13, and 14. Those individuals with scheduling conflicts just flipped. So I am welcoming Suzanne Perry to begin a presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Let me get my screen shared here. And screen 2. Let's make sure we get this right. go. All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Stacey Perry, Director for Early Childhood Special Education, and our Early Childhood Special Education unit is, as you know, now located within Exceptional Student Services. So happy to be participating today and sharing some information about our task force. We're going to talk about the participants, the goals, some of the strategies that we've developed, and let me see if I can get all my notes here and close this. Okay. And some of the progress that we've made. So I'll start off by talking a little bit about 3 areas of support that that early childhood has been engaged in to address some of the issues around least restrictive environment and inclusion for children with preschool age children with disabilities. So since 2016, we've been engaged in work within the Inclusion Task Force and all the way to today. And we, let's see, so, and these 3 areas of support around children with disabilities so that they have access to and are able to participate and receive the supportive services that they need to meet the challenging objectives in programs designed to provide FAPE. So the Inclusion Task Force, which has a membership that ranges from 20 to 30 people, members represent school district administrators and teachers, related service providers, Head Start practitioners, folks from early intervention, and state agencies such as from Exceptional Student Services, ADE. First things first, we engage in deep discussions of the day about proposed activities and have guided much of the work and the resources that are available today. In terms of professional development, we've been focusing on 3 primary areas. The itinerant model of early childhood special education is a training, a professional development series in which it supports learning for all the members of the child's team to engage in collaborative, evidence-based practices that are delivered with fidelity and are measured for effectiveness. So that training has been happening for the past 4 years. We've done about 5 cohorts of it and have seen good effects from those programs that have been participating. We've also offered the Inclusive Classroom Profile Assessment Training, and that is a program in which we teach practitioners how to measure inclusiveness along 9 indicators. It is an evidence-based practice, and the early childhood inclusion training that promotes evidence-based practices and universal design. So under PD, those are the 3 main initiatives. And then under technical assistance, we've worked to provide support programs to be able to ensure that they are offering a continuum of placement options and that they are accurately able to identify the labels for those different environments and for accurate data submission for indicator B6. We're in the process now of developing additional evidence-based resources around quality and inclusive practices. So that's kind of what's been going on while the task force has been working to come up with some of their guidance and ways to move forward. So the Inclusion Task Force goal has centered around these 4 elements that represent our theory of change. And so the task force has been working for the past 4 years to look at all the data around inclusion, around LRE, like what percentage of the kids are in each of the different types of environments, to look at some of the barriers that have, that our group has said that these are barriers to participating in inclusive settings. And so as a review of all of that, our group came up with these 4 different areas that we thought needed to be addressed in one way or another. So if we strengthen parents' knowledge of their legal rights and support them to participate in decision making. Number 2, if we support programs to braid and blend funding to facilitate any child's participation in a preschool setting. 3, if we increase awareness of the research on the benefits of inclusive settings and high quality inclusive practices for all. And finally, if we support programs to deliver high quality, specially designed instruction for young children, then our theory is that all children with family and community support will develop to their fullest potential. So we decided we wanted to do something about each of these issues, but we needed to have a common understanding of the details of each of these practices. What do we really mean about supporting parents? What do we really mean about breeding funding? So to do that, we said that we would need to really take a deep look at and come to a common understanding of what the practices are. So the image on the right is a table that the Inclusion Task Force developed, and this one is specifically around the braiding funding. And we had to operationalize all of the key activities that we thought were elements of making this change. And so what would it look like if someone was demonstrating a particular practice? So in a practice profile, you have on the far left-hand column, the core components. So what are the main ideas that are, part of the practice profile? And then we looked at why would this be important, or what contribution does this serve? Does this activity serve? And then we described the last 3 columns are what it would look like as a gold standard, the expected use in practice. The next column over talks about the developmental use of practice. So what would a beginning person, a person who is just beginning to do this, really need to have as kind of foundational or bottom line? You have to have these things in place in order to be demonstrating the skill. And then finally, the 4th column, or the last column, which we find is particularly helpful, is what do we not want to ever see? Like, what's the unacceptable use in practice? And I think that really helped everybody to kind of air what it was that we were seeing and to say, this is what we're trying to eliminate. So the group developed 4 practice profiles. We are like 98% done with these. And within the 4, came out with 18 key practices, why these practices are important, and what they would look like or how they would be accomplished. And so once those 4 were all developed, I kind of wanted to share a little bit about the framework within which the task force operates. And we're using a framework that we call stage-based implementation. And so it's comprised of these 4 different stages that you're probably very familiar with. There's the exploring stage, where we're talking about adopting particular practices, orienting to what that really looks like, really trying to understand the issues, and then making a commitment to do a particular thing about it. After those, and those are now our 4 practice profiles. So we've explored, we've adopted these things and made a commitment to say that these are the things that the task force should do or should be supported in order to improve inclusive opportunities for preschool-age children with disabilities. The second stage is about installing those practices. So looking at reaching out to different organizations, identifying particular ways and methods and means to get those practices up and running, including, like who will be leading them, what is the data that would indicate that we're making progress on those different practices. And then, and that's the stage that we're in right now. We're right now starting to set up those systems that would enable us to implement those 4 practices. And then finally, you get to implementation, where we are actually engaged in the work and providing support to embed those practices within programs across the state. And finally, we would be working on improving the efficiency or the effectiveness of those practices and making sure that it's getting out to everybody and that it's being supported to be sustained over time. So as we've identified those 4 practices, we know what it is that it would look like, but what would we have to do, while we've been providing training and technical assistance on topics specific to the classroom practices that I first mentioned, and working on accurate data collection for indicator 6, we know that there are so many ways that we can improve access, support, and participation relative to those 4 practice profiles. In terms of family support, the things that we've identified that we would need to do in order to move those initiatives forward would be to connect with existing organizations like RSK for early childhood, to learn from and to share resources, and to make sure to highlight trainings that they're offering and develop new trainings to share with schools to address, to ensure that we have those family support activities going on within schools. In terms of funding support, we have a braiding funding training that we need to offer, as well as broadcasting available funding sources that we've identified. We have a funding manual that probably not everybody has seen, and as well as supporting programs to be able to evaluate the effectiveness of the use of the funds that they do have. We've been looking in terms of leadership support. We have a lot of research on inclusion, and we need to make sure that that's widely known and understood, to understand that when kids are in those inclusive settings, that they actually do better, and to be able to share with administrators and those that are in leadership positions, whether it's teachers or paraprofessionals or administrators, that leading different activities to ensure that inclusive practices are established and that are happening in schools and that are going well, and just what they are. So we want to also share how to connect the data around the use of high quality inclusive practices and how those are related to outcomes, and to be able to share things like there are no self-assessments of inclusive practices that programs can use to self-evaluate their own early childhood programs. And in terms of the 4th one, the instructional supports, we've been looking at and working with program supported monitoring and many other practitioners around just what is specially designed instruction, what does that look like in an early childhood setting, what are the best practices that we have seen that correlate highly with positive outcomes for preschool children. And we know that we need to offer additional trainings and promote some of the current trainings that we have. So, we have these 4 practice profiles, what it looks like. We know that there are some things that we need to do in order to make everything start to happen, in order to implement them. And then finally, I wanted to share a little bit about the data that we have around the percentage of preschoolers that are attending regular early childhood programs, or the percentage of kids that are not in those, that are in those separate programs. So while we know that the impact of COVID has had, is really impacted the ability of programs to offer those inclusive settings like they had been doing, and that our data is probably going to look much different this year. Over time, what we've been seeing is that there's been a reduction of the number of kids that are placed in self-contained programs. We've gone from 70% of the kids in self-contained programs to 60%. And if you could keep in mind that we have about 10,000 children that are enrolled in early childhood special education programs, that's a big reduction in the number of kids that are or have additional access into regular early childhood programs now. So you can see that with the blue line, that we're increasing the number of kids that are participating in regular early childhood programs. And a regular early childhood program is a program in which the majority of kids are non-disabled, and that they get those special education services in that very same program. And then finally, I thought it would be interesting to add in here to show that kids who are getting a service only, which would be, for example, speech, they only get maybe 30 minutes of speech once a week, that has been really pretty stable over time, that there hasn't been very many increases or decreases in the number of children that are in that walk-in type of service only, and they're not getting any other type of preschool program. So that's the initiative that, you know, some of the thoughts and ideas around the Inclusion Task Force work. And I'd be willing to, you know, take any kinds of questions that you have, or you know, answer as many questions as I can for you.
Suzanne, this is Carla Phillips-Pervikis. Are you looking, is the data only public school data, or are you looking at any private school data?
This is the preschool children, so children with IEPs who are enrolled in a special education program by any public education agency. So children that are preschool age that are in private programs that are not getting special education. This does not include kids without disabilities. It's only kids with disabilities.
Right. Well, I wanted to, one, ask you if you guys were working at all with Southwest Human Development. Their inclusion program and inclusion coaches were a life changer for us. So just quick story. But all of my kids went to Phoenix Baptist Preschool. That's just where we go to church, it's where we live. You know, it's one of the best in the Valley. And my daughter was the first one they ever had with a disability. We were already members, and they committed to doing whatever they could. They became a first things first school. And as a result of that, got an inclusion coach. And it changed the whole school. And I will tell you, since then, they've taken 5 more kids with Down syndrome. So it actually had long-term effects too. The reason I bring this up is one of the barriers, because to me, an inclusive program for 3 to 5-year-olds has to include, because the lion's share of kids of working moms are in private programs, you know, Montessori's, their church programs. The barrier for us was, quite honestly, our case manager. And I know there's the data point that we all have to report, right, of how many kids make that transition from 0 to 3 to 3 to 5. So I understand their incentive, but just know that that is a true barrier. We were very highly dissuaded from staying at North Phoenix Baptist and going to the district. But quite honestly, the district only had was self-contained programs as well. Plus the fact that we wanted her to stay with her peers and her brother and other things. So I just wanted to tell you that story because I think that is a real barrier, but I also wanted to point you to a phenomenal program that I'm sure you probably already know.
Yep. I meet regularly with Southwest Human Development disability coaches and quarterly with them. And so we share a lot of the strategies. They participate on our Inclusion Task Force and their members. And regarding the, so as children transition from Arizona Early Intervention 0 to 3 program into preschool programs, they make available that option whether or not to work with their school district to get their preschool special education services from the district. And we do recognize that there is the barrier where the school district that doesn't offer a full continuum of placement options isn't, you know, would be placing the child in a separate setting or a separate program in order to get their preschool special education services. So one of the activities that we're working on is helping parents to be able to know what their options are and what their rights are and what districts are really responsible for offering. And that districts know that they can provide, that the child could attend the preschool program that they had been attending prior to being identified as a child with a disability And the school district can work with that preschool, that private preschool program to send those itinerant services over to that preschool program as an option. So I think some of it's awareness and some of it is, we're just business as usual. So I think the more that we work to open up what those options are for school district and make that more available and make, increase awareness about that, I think we'll be doing better around that.
It would also be great if we could, I don't know what the recommendation would be, to work with First Things First to increase their allocation and funding for those inclusion coaches, because they're just really successful.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a working parent, you need a full day. That's the other thing with half-day preschool programs. If you're a working parent, that's not a great option either.
We've seen movement of all school districts into that, being able to offer full day programs. It's slow, though. You're right.
Nancy, you have a comment.
Thank you. Hi, Susie. Great to see you. So my comment is really the funding is such a huge barrier in how our state counts kids, weights kids, a huge focus on K-12 and the pre is kind of separate. And then also in my past experience about school facilities where, the children aren't counted as a whole child, for school facilities funding. And so I know we've gone down this path before with CEAP, but, it seems that our young children, everyone says early intervention, that's the most important. Let's get, everything in there to serve all children together. But there are so many funding barriers that until those things change, the perfect world, I think if we had the funding, that we could do the spending and we had the facilities, then we wouldn't have to have this conversation so much anymore.
One of the things about braiding funding and that initiative, it really helps to reduce the costs of providing inclusive opportunities. So I think as we make that more available, I think it will help with that.
Nancy, Suzanne, have you put this, is this on the website? I think it is, right? Your PowerPoint?
I believe that all of the presentations that are delivered here will be on the website, and I don't know if it is currently, sorry.
Thank you. I really like looking at the stage-based implementation, and the chart before that really outlines some things in a nice way. So I'm looking to use that for a model for other ideas. Thank you.
I'll talk with you anytime.
Do we have any other comments regarding Suzanne's presentation on preschoolers? Let's see if I'm seeing any on the second slide. No, I'm not seeing any hands or any reactions. Okay. We are just slightly ahead of schedule. We have a break scheduled at 10:40, and our indicators 1 through 14 will come on at 10:45. So let's take at least a 10-minute break right now till 10:35, and then we can we can have some discussion prior to indicators 1 through 14. So
everybody,
a quick break. Thank you. 10 minutes. Hello, Chris. We're on a break. We'll come back at 10, well, in a minute. Okay. Will you be ready?
Sorry, I had to get the unmute set up. Yeah, I should be ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know they said you wouldn't be ready till 10:45, so.
Yeah, I'm in a crazy schedule. Can you hear me all right? I haven't set this up yet. So,
I can hear you fine. Thank you.
so I have sorry, I'm joining again because I have two different computers.
We're slowly coming back to life. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. If you don't mind, if you would turn your cameras on just so I know you're back. I know that some of us have connectivity issues sometimes and turn the camera off for multiple reasons, but at least that lets me know you're alive and well and participating. Sometimes when I'm teaching and teaching to a blank screen, it gets a little lonely. Okay. Hope you had a good break and stretched a little bit. We should have a physical education person to help us do some moves from sitting in the chair too long. Chris Brown has joined us, and he will be giving a report on indicators 1 through 14, and he is ready to go. So we'll move ahead with the agenda.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Brown. I'm the Director of Operations of Exceptional Student Services. I'm going to share my screen in just a second. I put my face on a monitor for once. If you see me looking away, it's because, yeah, I have a setup with monitors in my desktop. But today I'm going to do a report out on the State Performance Plan Annual Performance Report for federal fiscal year 18. I will repeat this next disclaimer a few times. Federal fiscal year 2018, referring to the 18-19 reporting year. The federal government does forward-facing whenever they indicate the federal fiscal year. So,
Chris, I'm going to interrupt you for one moment. When you look to your side, your volume goes down a little bit.
oh, my apologies. Good to know. I will fix that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Set this up right here. All right, hopefully that's better. And I'll make sure to speak more clearly too. I normally do this on a headset. Is it possible I can get the screen sharing permission? It's telling me it's blocked right now.
You should have it. Becca, Alyssa, can you support us?
Message them too.
Try it now, Chris. I just gave it.
We're good. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. And the materials that were handed out today, I had to revise one or two of the slides for accuracy a little bit. Some of the items were a little off. So once again, mentioning, we're going to report out on the State Performance Plan Annual Performance Report. And at the end of it, there will be, I have an update regarding one of the indicators, as it will be changing based on publication from the federal government that came down a few months ago, but it hasn't been codified yet, I don't believe. And it has to do with the graduation rate. It will be a pretty large change in how our indicator works, but it will have minimal change to the rest of the agency. And I can elaborate a little bit more. Also, another disclaimer, I kind of had to refresh myself on some of these items. For those of you who are not aware, Connie Hargis is no longer with our agency. So positive for her. She found a great opportunity, and I'm glad for her to take it. So she's now working in one of the districts in the state. So congratulations to her. So I will try my best to fill in the gap and fill in her shoes. I know she was doing a lot of the report outs for a couple of years, and she's helped me make a lot of changes these past few years in getting these indicators cleaned up and reported out more effectively. All right. That's not a good sign. 1 second, please. There we go. All right, so starting off, the first item I'm going to report out on today is Indicator 1, graduation. So this is currently calculated mostly by accountability. It is one of the most compared indicators, probably nationwide. It is looking at a 4-year cohort of students with disabilities who have received a regular high school diploma. In the state of Arizona, the only way you can be considered graduated, at least as how we have been defined under ESEA, that's the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, through Title I, is with a regular high school diploma. There are no alternative diplomas in Arizona that are recognized for this criteria. This data is submitted around February of any given year. It is a results-based indicator. And the 4-year adjusted cohort rate that is mentioned is a kind of a really long calculation that's done by the accountability team. There's whole sessions and training sessions on it. I will not go into detail about how that works. But I'll have an update of why that's important at the end of this. So we are not allowed to sample this data. And we do, just for those of you who don't know, the regular high diploma requirements in the state of Arizona, there's course requirements and testing requirements. And this data is in lag. It's generally a 1-year lag for getting this data and reporting it out to the federal government. There we go. So this is the grad rate, the trend that we've had. We've currently hit at 68%. The target has more or less been 80% each year. It does align with other groups in the state for general graduation requirements. This specific target will be up for discussion for revision based on what I share a little bit later. And we will have to submit a new baseline based on what the update will be. The trend and the performance of this measure, or the result to be more accurate, is more or less been a plus or minus the same percentage for a few years. There's been no significant changes with this in the current year. So the next item I want to discuss is the dropout rate. This data is lag data again. Most of this data is collected now from the annual data collection through the data management within our group. I'm sure many directors and many members within districts and charters are aware of that. For those of you who don't work for a public education agency directly, it is one of our larger data collections, which will be changing in the future year. We'll have more information on that in future sessions. It'll be trimming down as things move into what we call AZ-EDS, the Student Accountability System. So hopefully that kind of makes it easier and not having to give us the same information multiple times. Specifically, Indicator 2 dropout rate is from the exiting data from Section 618, which is our annual data collection software application. It's students who have exited SPED, who were in a SPED program the first 2 weeks of a calendar, so they didn't show up like in the middle of the year, for example. They're between the ages of 14 and 21, and they're passing integrity. One little nuance with the age criteria for exiting data, it doesn't affect a lot of students every year, but when we actually lock in an age for a student, we compare it relative to October 1. It doesn't mean that we look at October 1. What it means is that if the child is turning to the next age higher prior to October 1, you know, it changes what specific age we categorize them just for the purposes of this report. It does cause some students to show up on the report and some to fall off, but it's a very low number, very, very low number. And to be very clear about who's in the denominator and who's ignored from this report. And when I say denominator, it's like a fraction. The numerator is the top and the bottom is the denominator, your total group that you're dividing to come up with a percentage. So in the denominator, the following type of exits are every kid thrown into the total pool. Students who have reached maximum age, who have died, who have dropped out of course, and who have graduated. The ones that are ignored are more or less students who have transferred to another LEA because they didn't really exit SPED, and moved known to be continuing, because there is no confidence or presumption that SPED has ended in those cases. And in a lot of cases, there is confidence that the SPED has continued, SPED program. So the dropout rate this past year is 22%. It did decrease slightly. And I'm sorry, not last year, for FFY 18, my apologies. So this would be the 18-19 school year. This is prior to anything related to COVID. So that would not be a factor in any of these discussions. And I'm not going to go into trends too much because we really haven't had too many shifts on any of the indicators that we've seen. So this is generally just a report out and then talking about the upcoming change that will happen to the indicator 1 graduation. But as you can see, the trend has decreased slightly. One of the things to note about this data, this is not data calculated from accountability, not the dropout rate. It's not the same thing. So this is strictly taken from our special education exiting data collection through annual data. It only looks at those criteria for those students. And I will say that the quality of data from federal fiscal year 2017, which, oh good, you can see my mouse, I just want to make sure. I know from FFY 2017 to 2018, we fixed more bugs in AZEDs. Data quality has gotten better over time. So we're getting more accurate data. I would expect to see cleaner data at the time that we compile it to give it to the feds, which generally will get rid of, tends to work in the favor of better performance generally. Because when we get things like 915s, it's usually addressing the kids who had some pretty crazy things happening in special education, which usually ends up in the negative for a lot of it. Not always, but I know especially in the 18-19 school year, things got a lot better. And this past year, it's been much, much better too. So the next item is the indicator 13, secondary transition. This is a monitoring indicator, more or less, and it's how we get the information. So we do collect the information through the monitoring system. It's based on a review of a sample of files from public education agencies that are in year 4 of the monitoring cycle. And what it represents is the % of youth with IEPs ages 16 and above with an IEP that includes the appropriate components and measurable goals that are annually updated and that have been outlined in the monitoring manual. They are also mandated by the IDEA. There's a longer definition for the actual indicator as it's reported. I'm not going to read that. The summary there should suffice for it. One of the things I want to mention with this, and I'll read the components just a second, is that this is a compliance indicator. So we are always required to have 100% target with this. And the A components specifically are measurable post-secondary goals, that the post-secondary goals were updated annually. Post-secondary goals are based upon age-appropriate transition assessments, transition services, courses of study, annual IEP goals related to transition service needs, the student invited to the IEP meeting, and a representative of the participating agency invited to the IEP meeting. Screen to go to the next one. It's lagging a little bit, so bear with me and I apologize. There we go. So for this one, we were about 84% compliant. It's more or less the same as last year. This would leave the remaining approximate 16% as non-compliant. And I have to check something. I believe some of the notes I have possibly shared with this group the document in that note has the wrong percentage, but I need to validate that and we'll send out a corrected one. So if anybody's gotten the hand notes yet, the handout sheets, I need to revise that, so I apologize. But some of the reasons we might have some slippage here, and slippage being a slight decrease of the percentage, it would be due to the data from the monitoring system. We have different cohorts of PEAs that are monitored each year. So the total number of PEAs will fluctuate slightly year to year. And finally, the total number of actual transition age files that we sample changes each year, so that can impact the percentage too. Sampling indicators are a little bit harder to trend, especially when the public education agencies involved year over year will fluctuate. It's hard to lock down like-minded LEAs, because I don't think any public education or local education agency, any of them are really the same in Arizona. You know, beyond maybe you know, a group of charters who operate very similar to each other, but for the most part, I'm never going to expect that the outcome for a large district like Chandler, Peoria, or Mesa would ever apply even to you know, Phoenix Union at a higher, or Glendale Union, things like that. So, or Mesa, for example. All right, next up we have indicator 14. This is the post-school outcomes. So this is particularly the percent of youth who are no longer in secondary school with specific criteria, 16 or older, for example, and they had IEPs in effect at the time that they left school. And what this does is it follows up with those students and gets a response of how many of them were engaged to a certain degree. And the engagement is categorized in three different concepts here. They're enrolled in higher education within 1 year of leaving high school. They would be enrolled in higher education or competitively employed within 1 year of leaving high school. And finally, they would be enrolled in higher education or some post-secondary education or training program, or competitively employed and in some other employment within 1 year of leaving high school. That sounds a little confusing, but you got to think of it as at the very highest level, the first category is a small set of students. And then the next one is including the first one that you just mentioned, plus more. And then finally, the very bottom group is the top two plus even more. So in this next chart, I hope it kind of gives you that visualization. This is a little bit of a crisscross jag here. So the targets have three different groups. There's A, B, and C. A is particularly the enrolled in higher education within 1 year of leaving high school. The B would be enrolled in higher education or competitively employed. And finally, C is enrolled in higher education, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What I want to mention here is the target is the darker shaded one. So in the case of 14A, our result was 24% and 34% was our target. For B, 55% was our result, 70% was the target. And finally for C, 74% was our result, 81% was the target. Now, when you go to the right side and look at a visual color representation or graph charted that's filled in representation, note that the A is on the bottom, B is above it, C is up top. So it shows the trend and it shows the portion that makes up to equal the total. So as I mentioned before, A, and then finally B, which is 55%, which would include your 24% plus some, and finally your C, which is your 74%, which includes your 24%, and the group in gray, and even more, which equals 74%. So it's a cascading kind of stacked on top representation of how the children are counted and reported. Nancy Williams had a question, and that is correct. So she was saying, so 26% unengaged, correct? You can more or less come up with that. You can look at the inverse to determine how many were unengaged. So we did have slippage, particularly on B and C for the items. There is a longer explanation in the notes for the explanation of slippage that I believe is going to be shared around. I am not an expert in PSO, so I'm not going to elaborate on this one. This is just a report out of why the results and where we at high level. So that's the major items for the actual results. What I wanted to do, and Carla Phillips is asking if there's big changes to the definitions recently. I think those changes, if memory serves, happened with competitive employment. And I think it happened a while back. I think it happened over a year ago.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So
they aligned with the WIOA, and it changed the definition of competitive employment to be competitive integrated employment. And there were additional questions and nuanced questions in order to be aligned with the WIOA to ensure that the competitive employment was in an integrated environment.
So that what we just saw reflects those changes?
Correct.
And in layman's language, if I understood it, so if a former student, let's say, was at Gompers or the supported employment, that would no longer be counted in B. It would only be in C, correct?
I believe supported employment was always in C.
Oh, then what was the change?
I'm going to pull on my secondary transition to provide you, I think they're already here. Ana Nunez can give you a full full reporting of exactly what changed.
Hi guys, yes, it's so in essence what ended up changing with our definition was we didn't align with how WIOA defined competitive integrated employment, and so we took our definition and aligned it to what they how they were defining it. And so we, in essence, and Sam, you can kind of jump in here and help me if you have that stuff handy. I probably won't remember all of those sections off the top of my head. But we were defining competitive integrated employment as only a certain amount of like hours. So they had to work like 90 days. They had to work for a particular time frame for it to just meet. And so ours were less restrictive in essence than what WIOA was. And I'm not recalling what the exact ones are. So I'm hoping Sam is kind of tracking this down, and there she is about to chime in with the other areas.
So the new components, I guess, to the definition to align with WIOA encompassed having to not only be in an integrated setting, but one that requires interaction with your coworkers that is at a level that coworkers without disabilities would also experience in that setting. There's also, not only are you getting minimum wage, you're also being paid at a rate that is typical for other individuals in that same kind of employment setting. And Lisa, fill me in if I'm forgetting these at the top of my head too.
So the definition got tighter, so it was tighter.
Yes.
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 Yeah, so now it's aligned with like how Voc Rehab defines competitive integrated employment. So we are now kind of on the same page as far as the definition of those two. So we are considering things like segregation, if you will. You know, she mentioned the aspect of integrated employment. So we have to confirm that the student is not just working in a place where the job coach is having like strict oversight or extreme support, and it's just the one-on-one concept, that it has to be and then that person's like their only form of communication. The individual has to be communicating with coworkers, supporting, you know, the purpose of like the whole project for like the team or the employer. And it's not just I come in, I do my one role, I don't talk to anyone, I just work with my job coach and I leave. So the definition of integrated, it kind of has a more natural, more real feel, better defined, if you will. So it's nice to be able to kind of say that we can compare the conversation of competitive integrated employment synonymously to what Voc Rehab does, because we do a lot of work
and projects that overlap. And so just having the same definition has been helpful in those conversations.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Chris. On indicator 14, do we have an indication of the rate of return of those? That's a phone survey, is it not? Or that you get to the parents? Do we have any idea of what percent of students who have left they or their parents participate in that survey?
I'm going to jump in really quickly before we pass it to PSO to answer, because they certainly know, just to toot our own horn, to say we are a national leader in our participation rate. And there's a variety of ways in which school districts and charters get respondents to answer the survey, but we are super, super proud of the participation rate that we've been able to maintain even during COVID. So take it away, PSO, if you want to answer with more specificity.
Well, for the data that you looked at for today, the federal fiscal year 2018, our response rate was 83%, and it was about 7,210 respondents for that year.
Thank you. That's great.
Yeah, now they do an awesome job, and I want to say, as a predicting the future, we obviously recognize the circumstances we are in. So I don't know in future years if you're going to get that same response rate. So I'm expecting in most things that require response rates to see dips. I'm hopeful that we can maintain it, but I would be more than satisfied if they maintained it. But if it increased, I would probably write a personal letter to OSEP and say, this is insane, because like, how did you do this in this environment? But right now, it's already challenging to get some response and feedback.
But they just closed PSO. Do you want to share your participation rate for this year?
Yes, I'd love to. We hit a 78.54% participation rate. So that is 6,659 students who responded over this last summer from June 1 through September 30th of 2020.
And just so you guys know, on average, states typically have a participation rate in the mid-50s. So 54% is what the average is for states across the nation. So the fact that we even are in the mid to high 70s is amazing. Even despite the fact that we did dip a little bit from last year, I think it still exceeds beyond what other states have accomplished, across the nation. And kind of like Alyssa says, we acknowledge that there's a culture here in Arizona that drives our PEAs to support this initiative and to contribute to the work that it takes to actually accomplish these numbers, because this is not our work. We collect and report on it, but it is their work where they have to actually make those calls, collect the information, input the data, and so forth. So we try to do what we can to acknowledge and recognize their efforts and their successes, if you will, along the way.
Along those lines, do schools get, or do they have to develop their own aggregated report similar to that so that they can kind of use it for their own program improvement if so desired?
Well, there's actually a couple of things that are in place that we're working to unfold so that they can do that. Mostly school districts, and Sam, you can kind of chime in as needed. Mostly school districts will turn to us if they need any help to turn that information into usable data. So they have access to the raw data in our system online, but whether or not they take it, interpret it, and actually do something with it is at their discretion.
Thank you. That's a lot of data systems are moving to that, not just collecting, but how do you use it to improve? So because I know that this is a particularly sensitive area for parents and for teachers of children. What next after high school? And this is the only indicator I think we have of success for that.
Well, and if I can add, because I don't know if you guys mentioned this, but this is what talking about outcomes and using this data. I think it's fair to speak for you guys or with you guys about why they're working so closely with Voc Rehab, and not only are the feds, help making them sort of align with definitions in a lot of ways, IDA and the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. It's, because when they go to the adult world, we need to be having those connections and those same definitions, because it's really crazy and it's not perfect. Even in Project Search, we have a different definition of employment, meaning the hours are different than what Department of Ed collects and what WIOA. So sometimes it's maddening, but in general, this is what, I hope this is fair to say, but this is some of the work they were doing with that data sharing agreement between Voc Rehab and the Department of Ed. And I'm saying this so that you guys know that they're not, just sitting on this. I'm involved in some of this from time to time, but like I presented, I think a year and a half ago with Able and some others around what they were starting to see trends, that if kids were in current technical ed classes, or if they were getting X, Y, and Z, which research already shows that those more success, but that they were taking that data and trying to share with schools to say, this is why it's so important to engage kids in these activities and do these things on the front end with all kids. Because even VR is seeing a big difference in their outcomes of kids that are either working in a transition school to work program, or that are working or that are involved in career and technical ed. So they're starting to see, I hate to speak for you guys, but I didn't know that you gave, I'm giving you kudos and trying to show that the collaboration is there with our outside agency who, they're the ones that take our young people, and not just at 14, but after they leave us. And so it's really important to note that they are working closely with Voc Rehab to look at this data and see either where we can focus better or where we're seeing good outcomes, and help people understand why it's so important. I'm probably not even giving you guys justice, but I just wanted to add that. Hopefully that was okay.
No, thank you for bringing up the data sharing group. That is one of our babies that we kind of have been working on strictly with Voc Rehab, because the data sharing agreement is just with them, and so we are allowed to share personal identifiable information about students and their clients, and exchange that information. And there's a lot of rules and restrictions and FERPA, HIPAA, whatnot that go along with this conversation. But that aside, once we've exchanged the information, we've used it to make database decisions to help improve certain systems within our agency and of course Voc Rehab. But we haven't necessarily done a very good job at tracking or documenting those database decisions. So we this year have placed a focus on a process that can help us do that, and a format to document those decisions, so that we can in hindsight have a good insight on some of these decisions that are happening, and not just kind of being lost in the midst of all of these other initiatives that we are focusing on just with our routine work. And so we hope to be able to give updates on that as we wrap up the next calendar year.
Okay, I think it's back to me now, so I'll jump right back on. All right, thank you, all of you guys. Sam, Lisa, Anna, Alyssa, Susan. I'm gonna go down the whole list. I think at this point, I exaggerate. So what I wanted to wrap back up on was I want to spend a little bit of time talking about upcoming changes to Indicator 1 graduation.
I'm sorry, you're breaking, your voice is lowering again.
Sorry, let me see if I can see the setting. How is that? Better?
Better.
Okay. So regarding Indicator 1 graduation, currently for your cohort aligned with the ESEA, Process by Accountability, the Office of Special Education Programs has clarified that they want this data to align to the same data set that we submit for exiting data. So basically, more or less, and I will go to the slide in a second, the same system that we report dropout rate with. What does this mean? This means that the four-year cohort no longer basically exists for purposes of Indicator 1 for the Office of Special Education Programs. That has dropped in public posting, I believe, in the Federal Registrar, and it came out a couple months ago. It has worked its way through. It has passed. I don't think it's been formalized yet. I don't know when it will be formalized. Obviously, given the current political climate, who knows what the when they'll actually formalize things at the federal government level. But it does sound like the documentation is being prepared for what this will mean for indicator one. But it's nothing too crazy. It's more or less they're changing the system, but there's some side effects here. And the side effect that I had mentioned is that the 4-year cohort in this collection is no longer in alignment. What it really means is that we would just look at how the student exited special education between the appropriate ages of 14 and 21. Exiting is 14 to 21. So we look at the values with it. So if I had to, there we go. If I had to summarize here, the calculation would actually look very similar to this, except who you would actually be your numerator of who you count for a result to calculate a percentage would be your graduated versus how many kids dropped out. But the denominator would more or less be the same. And this will cause some shifts in what we would consider graduation rates, of course, because 4-year cohort is its own enigma wrapped in a box. You know, I mean, it's pretty complex. It has ways of how kids get put into the cohort. You know, of course, they have to graduate within the 4 years once the cohort begins. And the cohort generally gets established upon the first entry into high school, or 9th grade is usually when they first show up. So that is the large change. I believe the feds will be collecting it at the end of this year for this current school year. So we actually report it next year. So that would be, we would actually collect and send it to them by February of 2022, if I'm reading what the Federal Registrar had planned. The Office of Special Education Programs has also indicated that they would expect states to revise not only baseline, but targets based on this shift. This will be a change for people. This does not change the graduation rate that's still required for A through F, accountability in general. It has nothing to do with that. They will still actually calculate SPED as a sub-pop based on the cohort, because that's still defined in ESEA. It only changes how specifically indicator one works for our state, for our evaluation as a state, and in turn how we do determinations with districts and charters for indicator one. This will also have some side effects, in my opinion, to some downstream applications, depending upon how intertwined they use SPED exiting data. The other thing too is, as a byproduct of this, we being ESS, particularly data management, is in heavy discussions with school finance, how graduation is used for special education and putting more strict rules on that in our department. It is common still to this day, a couple times right after July 15th, when we close down a fiscal year of reporting in AZ Eds, we will get a couple entities saying, oops, I accidentally graduated a kid when I shouldn't have. I need to do a 915. Those are going to get way more strict. And the reason being is that it could affect, to a significant degree, you know, just how we have to report federal data. And some reports have more flexibilities. Ours generally does not. So that would be a side effect of this, is it's going to cause us to evaluate all the rules for AZEDs and make sure that when a student is graduated, it's clear and it's a kind of a one-way street. So unless you have a very extraneous circumstance, and that you have clean data by the end of the fiscal year, so you minimize the amount of recalculation in state funds and minimize any incorrect reporting to whether it's OSEP or the United States Department of Ed, either or.
Chris, can I jump in and do a layman's, just make sure that I understand and that everybody on CF understands the primary difference that we'll be talking about moving forward for graduation? And tell me if I'm wrong, tell me if I'm summarizing this incorrectly. What I'm understanding is with the new package, the new measurement for graduation, the complaint that special education administrators have had for so long has been that the four-year cohort has meant that students who graduate, who take longer to graduate because they can take longer to graduate because they need that time in order to accrue course credit with accommodations and transition services concurrently. And so perhaps they graduate in 5 years or 6 years. Those students have not been able to be counted within the graduation four-year cohort, and therefore it is perceived, it has been perceived and perhaps registered as a ding, as a negative. So what we're really talking about is for the purposes of special education reporting to OSEP, that will go away. We will align it with the dropout reporting, and we will acknowledge the flexibility that the IDEA provides for students with disabilities to graduate in 4, 5, or 6 years. However, this will now put us in potential conflict with ESEA or ESSA and accountability, because they will still hold us to the four-year cohort graduation rate. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. It will recognize, for purposes of special education performance results evaluation, if you want to say, it would recognize your 5, 6, 7 year cohort, air quote, cohort students. As for how it will be used in A through F, and I'll just say ESSA rather than ESEA, I'm not quite sure beyond. There's a lot of different things you can dive into that, between maybe school improvement, using it as a factor and stuff. I don't believe most programs will be using our special education exiting determination of graduation for their purposes, because it's clearly defined in law that it's required under the ESEA that they have a graduation model for all students, of which SPED is just a subpop. But for our purposes of special education reporting and determinations, we use the alignment from the exiting data, which would recognize just based on age. It doesn't care about a cohort, if you want to simplify it. Some simple notes of caution here. We've seen some, or not caution for this group, but awareness. We are looking, our special education department is looking very closely at calendars submitted by public education agencies, very closely. That is very important, and it has been very important, especially in this past year with COVID. Calendar is particularly extremely important to make sure that you get your exiting data students in that accurately. Notice here, the child must be in a special education program the first 2 weeks of a calendar anywhere in the state. So if you have an inaccurate calendar, it could cause some pretty interesting systemic issues. So that's one thing we're gonna have to work with some PEAs on. It kind of got a little squirrely with COVID, and that's understandable. This is after COVID by a long shot, so I'm not too worried about it. But I am personally, myself and our data management team is getting calendars from school finance, and which we may approve or reject if we see some pretty interesting scenarios. So that's just a food for thought. They generally forward it to us when it's cases of we're doing something special for students with disabilities. Well, tell me what special means, because that can be a good or bad thing. And sometimes they get a little creative with what they believe they can do. So, but Alyssa, to your point, yes, that was a pretty good layman's term of, I believe, what's happening. They may modify some of this even up to probably another 6 months. But right now, the collection looks very basic and very straightforward. They're just aligning it to the same rules as this, but instead of the numerator being dropped out, it would be the numerator of graduated.
I just wanted to make sure, because I know CEAP has a lot of stakeholders with varying backgrounds and understanding of special education knowledge. And what this means is that from a special education perspective, some of the push and pull that PEAs may have in providing flexibility for our students to to participate in instruction past 4 years there won't necessarily be consequences from a special education side, but there may still be accountability consequences if they move past a 4-year cohort rate for graduation. So it doesn't really absolve us of the consequence that hits PEAs if a subpopulation of students doesn't hit the 4-year graduation rate target as far as ESEA or ESSA goes. So as Chris said, this is kind of a changing landscape now that OSEP has changed the rules, and we'll be working with accountability to see if there's any flexibility that can be provided. But we wanted to, and we'll be talking about this further as we go over the new package, the new SPPAPR package in the spring and summer of next year. But we did want to make sure that you're aware of this because it's going to be hitting us coming up soon.
Yeah, one final note, the reason from OSEP of why they changed this is actually, I thought was actually it made sense to me at least. They get all this dropout data based on our exiting data. But if you compare it to a 4-year cohort, you're not talking the same group of kids in the denominator. So they're just aligning it so they can effectively look at pieces of a pie, an overall pie, at least when it came to the determination. So I don't even know if they put a lot of thought into how each state determines graduation cohort, or as it's defined in ESEA by each state. I truly just think it's more of, they wanted to align systems for simplification. That seemed to be the intent of it based on some of the feedback. But in my experience, it seems to rectify a lot of strange inconsistencies when comparing our dropout rate versus our graduation rate, because your percentages would not be in the same ballpark. It would be 2 totally different ballparks with 2 different systems, more or less. So, but anyways, that was the final things I had, unless there's any pressing questions, or I don't know what time's looking like. So
Nancy, you have a question.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Yeah, that was really interesting. I'm really glad that you brought up the school calendars because we had run into issues like with our private day schools and students attending there with a level D, and then the start date not aligning with our start date and primary school and eligibility. But then I could see where some of the private day schools too, and maybe there's some public schools too, that go year round. And so I could see where the calendaring would be very tricky between each school entity. So thank you for that.
yeah, one thing I want to specifically, and I promise this is my last detail. One of the things we're going to be looking at more closely in the future for calendars, particularly with private data that Nancy brought up. RTC, I'm not going to throw in this conversation just yet because I think that's a totally different set of precedent. But particularly, how many days in session are you reporting in that calendar for that student? We've gotten some really weird calendars submitted, in the past couple of years, not just with COVID, but just the past couple of years. And it makes the whole processing system of school finance go crazy, let alone it just looks really strange. If you only submit 90 calendar days at a private school as a calendar of operation, we're going to probably ask you some questions. We are expecting more or less 180 days. If not that, give me a reason why it wouldn't be. 200 day, maybe. There's only a couple districts who do that. Or are you doing the 410, or not 410, sorry, 4-day calendar. I always say 410s. Those I explained and I have memorized in my head. They're not very common. And to simplify, you don't even have to align 100% with how the private school operates. I get very commonly scenarios. If a district had a fall break and you want the kid to respect that fall break, fine. Make it 2 weeks of out of session at the private school. I get it. I understand. As long as that kid is still getting the overall number of days and the private school operates 24/7, just give us the calendar that you expect the student to attend to meet the legal requirements. And it's not an issue. You can pick any start and end date you want. We will also eventually be validating that you're not indicating like Christmas Day is an in-session day, or if the private school we know is closed in the whole month of January, and you say January is all in session, we will eventually be looking at that. We caught a couple cases of that too. And that is a school finance issue potentially if it's early enough. So that's the last note I want to share about.
Chris, I have a question where you said that there were consequences for a lower graduation rate or a higher dropout rate. What are the consequences that the district might have?
I think I'm a little confused. I'm trying to remember what I specifically.
Actually, it was me, Kathy, who said that there are consequences potentially under ESEA or ESSA for failing to have a subpopulation of students, be it students who are EL or students who are considered special education who don't meet a 4-year cohort rate. So the ESSA has its own targets for subpopulations, just like we have targets for our own population. So the conflict has always been for us. The IDEA provides us with that flexibility for students to continue if they need it until they reach 22. But ESSA holds us accountable for a 4-year cohort rate, or at least we've chosen a 4-year cohort rate in Arizona under ESSA, and we are held accountable for that as a target rate. OSEP now is saying that the 4-year cohort is going away, which is great for our purposes. It means that when we set up our own measures, our own consequences, we don't need to hold PEAs accountable for the 4-year cohort moving forward. We can acknowledge that flexibility, but that 4-year cohort will maintain in ESSA. So we're going to have to be talking to our Title I peers to kind of figure out, and our accountability peers to figure out if there's any consideration that can be offered for the flexibility, just as we have in the past.
Other than just simply data collection and saying you didn't meet it, or you didn't meet the target, are there other consequences like funding?
So they may potentially,
like
they always have the option in like A through F, for example, to use those factors in determining your score, let alone I'm not going to say this is 100% accurate. I think it is used in determining your status as a school for school improvement purposes too. They use that 4-year cohort, the dropout and grad. So that's the bread and butter, I believe, of what they use. And so they may be using it for that. I don't remember where it ended up with A through F. I haven't talked about that in like a year and a half. So it could, but I'm pretty sure it's probably a factor in there still, I would imagine.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you specifically what the consequences either, but there are absolutely accountability consequences assigned for failing to meet targets. And that's been the conflict for special educator administrators. Their superintendents have come down and said, hey, why is your sub-pop impacting our overall accountability? And from a special ed perspective, we're saying, hey, the IDEA allows us flexibility and our kiddos need this time in order to receive appropriate accommodations so that they can progress with course credit, accrual, and transition services. So, it's always been a conflict.
I was just curious. Thank you. That helps. And so then some of that goes into the school improvement plan then.
I would imagine it would come up.
Yes,
yeah.
it does.
Yeah.
And you can also become targeted for those subgroups and those either graduation rates, subgroup rates, all that stuff, and have to do a more in-depth school improvement plan specifically focused on that as well. So, yes.
Thank you. I'm not a school administrator, so I don't know the ins and outs of the consequences of this data. And to me, what's curious is how is this data used? I always want to know that. Thank you for indulging my curiosity. I appreciate that because that helps me in training teachers. Thank you.
Chris, I have a couple questions. I noticed in your data very quickly that in 2015 that we had a 97% rate of graduation. I think it was graduation. No, keep going. Maybe I'm wrong.
No,
maybe it was.
I've never seen it.
It was in
Compliance.
in Cater 13.
Transition plans. Yeah.
Angela can respond to that.
Okay, I just wondered if there's anything we could learn from that year. I know I was at Department of Ed that year, but I don't remember anything special. So yeah, it'd be great if there's any lessons or anything we did different that might have helped that, because that's a pretty substantial increase.
So this is Angela. I was not at the agency at that point in time, but I can speak to my understanding of what happened with that data collection, which might provide some insight. My understanding is that at that during that data collection year, there was a directive from the agency to go out and collect indicator 13 data on the majority of entities in the state. And then they required correction of that information and then reported the corrected data, which actually is not allowed per OSEP. So and again, that's my understanding. I wasn't here, so I can't speak exactly to if that's accurate or not, but in talking with folks that were here, that was what's been communicated to me.
And I can speak to that. I was here. That is accurate. We had a different programmatic monitoring structure during that time that was not focused on, that had a different type of monitoring process that did not have an equal balance of results and compliance. And so in order to fulfill the compliance requirement and needed in order to collect this particular indicator, secondary transition, which is really file compliance it necessitated, they went out and did a separate file collection, isolated. And so it's a completely different anomalous year, I would say.
Okay. I kind of remember a little bit now that you guys are reminding me.
Yeah, and I think and Susan, the important part there really is that they did report corrected data, because my understanding is that they required PEAs to correct the information that was reviewed initially within a very tight time frame, and then they reported on that corrected data, which we received additional guidance from OSEP back in December of 2019 that was explicit that we could not report corrected data in our APR.
That is accurate.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, Chris, I just, if I missed this, I apologize, because I did have to deal with something very quickly a minute ago. Did you, for the non-grads that didn't end up in the four-year cohort, I don't want to make any assumptions, but do you guys collect disability type? Like who those are? Like what disabilities are falling into that? I mean, I know we can make some assumptions, but I don't know if that's fair.
In the cohort-based grad rate, is that what you said?
The ones that are considered, that are after 4 years. So the 5+ year, what are the disability types that lands there?
It can be it's there in raw form. Accountability doesn't calculate down to that degree. So if it needed to be created, it can be done, but there's no groundwork for it. Like, and once again, you still have the problem. They look at more or less, is the child SPED or not versus, what type. So what happens is as they process through the steps, you lose some of that information to get to the final number, just for ease of, just what they need to accomplish. So I do know that having been hands-on with it, it could be redone if a study had to be done, but we'd have to define what rules and stuff.
Okay, no, and I think a lot of us kind of know who a lot of individuals that end up in there, the intellectual developmental, but I didn't want to make an assumption. I thought maybe if you guys knew like 20% were SLD or something, that would be helpful. Sorry, somebody was jumping in.
It was me, sorry. This is Heidi. In the PSO data collection and the data that comes out of that is explicitly broken down by gender, ethnicity, all of that. So at least we do have that, but for accountability purposes, I mean, if you are a school that falls into having to more closely examine that subgroup, I think that is certainly the work that would be expected of the school to kind of break that data apart a little bit and how that's going to factor into school improvement. I mean, it's there. It goes somewhere. They have it, but it doesn't get spit back out that direction. So not that I'm aware of anyway.
Yeah. Susan, one thing to note
Okay.
too about the, and I know I have it on the dropout rate slide, but if you want, we always have the issue too. So the reporting requirement for exiting data, here's one of the strange things about it too. They only want you to report what you believe to be accurate at the time that the fiscal year closes. So we always run into the use case, particularly where we'll say the kid dropped out, but then they magically show up 4 months into the next year. Or graduation, still same thing. So you always have to remind yourself, do you want to ask the question, what accurately happened over X amount of time, or what we reported? So as long as you have the same system year over year, when you compare the trend, you can kind of get some semblance of deducing something, but that's just something you might want to notate, because having looked at specifically preschool in this circumstance for one of our other indicators, and dropout and grad based on exit data myself, that is one thing you do need to account for, because there are a fair amount of kids who show back up, you know, that, oh, this kid, you know, really didn't drop out, because this is what this is the byproduct of local control state. Kid can enroll in multiple places, can hop from charter A to district B or really quick. So and we try to clean those up in AZEDs, but I mean, we get, for every one we fix, we get 3 new use cases every year. So
No, this is helpful. I really was asking to try to think if there's anything the panel could do, and that's why sometimes these categories are helpful to know, just because if we know that a lot of our intellectual and developmental disabled individuals with those diagnoses, you know, are who's landing there, then perhaps we're working closer with Susie's group or making additional recommendations about inclusion and mostly specially designed instruction, and that kids don't just get to stay till they're 21 or 22. That's not what the law is intended. We all know this, but they need to go when, you know, with everything else being met. And we're still seeing a lot of individuals, and I'm hearing a lot in the last couple of weeks. I thought we were kind of past some of this, but just that, and a lot of families, you know, advocating to stay even if the kid's ready to go. And some of that is just training and education. I've been doing this long enough to know some of the factors, but some of the stuff I hear out there is just completely inaccurate, and it's like that's not the reality of what the law says. And so, again, just wondering, and I'm just asking us to think about it, but if there's anything that we want to recommend as a panel, and perhaps it's already being all addressed, to really help people understand that. It goes back to, I feel like we're always in this, what is specially designed instruction, and do people really understand the special education? And I'm not trying to be rude. It's just, you know, I had to be taught a lot of that. Like, oh my gosh, yeah, there needs to be something special about this. We don't just put kids or keep kids in special ed just because. So just something to think about, food for thought.
Okay.
Thank
Susan,
you for helping.
On that comment,
Yeah.
I will also say though that if you're looking at the data overall without knowing kind of, you know, the breakdown or whatever, you are gonna, and I don't know the percentage of students across the state that this would affect, but it's any kid who doesn't fall into that 4-year grad rate. So any school that enrolls a lot of students with credit deficiencies, that's an alternative labeled school like ours. Most of our high schools are, that is our, you know, target population. So it doesn't matter what the disability category is, that data by itself doesn't tell us anything. And so you would want to be, depending on how many kids kind of go into that 5-6 year grad rate, you would want to be careful about making those assumptions unless it was just an overwhelming percentage, just because there are a lot of kids in Arizona who do not graduate in 4 years, and it is not always because of their disability, or sometimes they don't have one. So you know, just keep that in mind for everyone on the call who may not be familiar with, you know, that kind of a scenario happening at a school as well. So
you're right. That's why I tried not to make an assumption of those disability types, because I do know a lot of those young people who you guys work with, and then some of the charters where they come in and the credits and all that. So thank you, Heidi, for everyone information, should give that to everyone so they're clear.
And Chris, I would like to, just out of curiosity, is there a rural-urban breakdown? Certainly, especially in indicator 14, where it's a lot more difficult for students to get some post-secondary either training or school or employment. Do we have any? Is the data different depending on whether it's urban or rural or small town or whatever? Or do we know that?
One of those folks can speak to that briefly. I know they look at it in a variety of different ways. I don't know if that's been explored recently. I don't know if Anna or Alyssa's still on, and they can speak to it. If not, it might have to wait, and we'll have to take it.
It looks like Sam is prepared to talk, it looks like.
Right now, the breakdown we have is we do have a county data, so you could look at each of those categories of engagement by the county and kind of look at it that way, and that's as detailed as we have gotten to it. So thank you. Great point.
Thank you. That's interesting. Are you seeing differences? I mean, I would think there would be, but has anybody analyzed that?
Can't say I've looked at it recently. I mean, you do have to consider obviously the population differences between each county. So Pima and Maricopa might be an okay comparison, but when you're looking at some of those other rural counties, yeah, you do see probably a less engagement in some of the categories, but you're bringing me lots of questions for further research, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I know that's a kind of a common complaint from people in more rural areas. Yeah.
And if I can just add, it just takes me back to that conversation that we were talking about earlier about the data sharing agreement, where these kinds of questions and conversations are going to be part of the information and the data that we unfold and look at more closely to see what needs to be addressed and how it needs to be addressed, so that we as an agency can tackle some of those concerns. And looking at things specifically geographically, I think is going to help us identify either what's going really well and who's doing really well in comparison to areas or pockets that may need some extra support in certain areas. So focusing maybe on specific populations and stuff. So we hope to, like I said, unfold this conversation in the next few months. The project launches in December, January timeframe, and should take us through the course of the next calendar year. So, so yes, we might throw some of these concepts into our conversation. So thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to see that. That would be, you know, not that I'm asking for anything special. It's just as your data unfolds and as your abilities unfold, it would be interesting to see that. Especially since we've had conversation here on CEOP, is to make sure we have some more representation from either parents or individuals from more rural areas, because we seem to be kind of centric in either Pima or Maricopa County.
Right.
And Zooming makes things more possible.
Agreed.
Before we move past this, I just wanted to kind of point out the change in our structure, which is partially due to our Zoom meetings, and in the way in which the department is presenting SPP-APR data. I'm hoping it's less painful than it has been in years past. We're providing the information up front and trying to shorten the presentation to allow for more discussion, with the understanding that you guys have seen the data up front, so perhaps it's not quite so fresh or new when you're seeing it for the first time during the meeting. Also, we are not necessarily scheduling trainings as we once did. So those of you who've been around for a while on CEAP might remember that usually about this time of the year, there's a giant secondary transition presentation that would come about that was at least a couple of hours long. And it's not because we don't want to provide training to you. Secondary transition is itching to get in here and talk about what they're doing. But what we're trying to do is present a responsive strategy, so that if CEAP requests information on what the department is doing based on the data that's been presented, then they can prepare presentations for you so that we can use our time really efficiently. So if there's information that was presented today that you think would be useful for later, definitely consider that when we're thinking about content that you want to see at future meetings, because our secondary transition team is here. I'm here. We can take that information back and see if there's content that we can provide to you at a different time.
On that note, could I possibly, I know in the past for CEP they have presented, but would the PSO team be willing to consolidate the data from this year and give us an overview of that, even if it's just something that we can look through on our own for the statewide? I think that would be nice to see, and that's just something I remember we've had presented in the past that's been really paints a really nice overall picture for all the schools across the state. So.
Okay, I've got
Alana,
to
you're
make a
muted.
note of that.
I was just going to say, Alyssa, we'll just follow your guidance on schedule and agendas and that kind of thing, but we do have that information ready to share.
Thank you. Thank you. PSO can do whatever CEAP requests. So if CEAP decides this is content
Awesome.
to see, then PSO can certainly put that together.
That's great. Thank you guys. I appreciate that.
Heidi, when we get to the 2:30 part of the business for follow-up, would you please remind us of this?
Can someone else remember that? I am going to have to step out at our lunch break, which is why I brought it up now. I'm so sorry. I have a leadership meeting this afternoon that I have to attend.
I've got a note for it, but sometimes I can skip over my own notes. But I'll make sure we'll.
And Kathy, I'm trying to keep track too. And so this was, remind me how you guys want me to remember, summary of the PSO data, or did I?
Okay.
Okay, we'll come back to it, but I have little marks on my notes. Sorry, it's hard for me on Zoom to keep up with everything.
I just know my own limitations.
Me too. So we appreciate the group helping us, because this is not, as you guys know, this is not the favorable way to run meetings, but we got to do it. So thanks for all. At the end, we'll pull it together. I have no doubt.
In looking at our schedule, we have a decision to make. We are 14 minutes ahead of schedule. We had lunch scheduled at 12, and we have Raising Special Kids at 12:30. Chris, can you help us with, do you think you want to continue, or should we take a break now and then for 30 minutes and then you come back?
Yeah, we can be flexible on the start time when we come back for lunch. I do have one of our staff joining me to present our piece, and I can give her a heads up now to be ready at 12:15. Would it be?
Yeah, or 12:16, 12:17 now.
Okay. Well,
okay. Let's just make it 12:20. And I think that'll give us an extra 3 minutes on that. Rather than
I was going to just suggest a little bit longer lunch if people didn't oppose, but just so that Chris's team can be there. But if you guys want,
I would be happy with a longer lunch, and I'm sure that Kathy would be too. But we're happy to accommodate.
Okay, we'll do that. Like everybody get their business going, and 12:30. Okay, we're now.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it too.
I just want a gentle reminder to you guys. The chat feature is not recorded when this is, with public, the public laws that we have. The meeting is recorded, but chat does not go along with it. So with open meeting, that would not be part of it, and that might be violating it. So if you really need to say something or get our attention, either break in or raise your hand on the reactions. When we're sharing a screen, I don't always see everybody at once, but I'll try to keep up with that. So just remember that the chat function, if we really need to get Becca's attention or somebody else, okay for something, but not for conversation because it is not recorded. Thank you so much, and we'll see you back at 12:30.
Thank you.
Guys, I'll try and jump back in if I'm able to later, but I'm not sure how long.
Thank you, Heidi. All right, it's now 12:30 and Leanne Murillo says we're good with a quorum as long as everybody who's logged on comes back. So if you don't mind, let's show your face for just a moment to make sure everybody is back. Those of you who are on the panel at least. And that just kind of helps us get an idea of what we're dealing with. Thank you. Hello, Megan. Let's see. Oh, all right. We now have a special presentation from Chris Tiffany in Raising Special Kids, and you have a guest with you too. Is that correct, Chris?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay, Kathleen? Okay.
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Gray Mangerson is joining me, and as we get into this real quickly, what we're looking to do is 4 kind of main things. 1, talk about, who we are, what we do as it pertains to IDEA and special education and our relationship with the Department of Education. 2, kind of go into a little bit more detail about our programs and services. 3, we're going to talk quickly about our response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and then we're going to share what families have been sharing with us. So first of all, thank you for having us. Raising Special Kids has presented several times to CEAP over the years. We're glad to do it again. For those of you who have been on the CEAP, some of this information won't be new. For new members, I'm really excited to share this with you all. So let's just go ahead and get started. And also, please be patient with the speed of this. I will try to talk slowly, but we will be going through the slides quickly. Here we go. Our mission at Raising Special Kids: strengthening families and systems of care to improve outcomes for children with disabilities. Again, that's our organization mission. Our programs and services are bucketed into kind of 4 main areas: parent-to-parent support, healthcare information, education information, and then education and coaching for parents in learning effective behavior management methods for their children. So kind of 4 umbrellas of family support that we like to call it. For the purposes of CEAP, this is probably the most relevant bucket. Parent Training and Information Center for the state of Arizona. Every state has at least 1 Parent Training and Information Center, and even the territories have them. Guam, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico have Parent Training and Information Centers as well. So to kind of bring it into focus a little bit, we are in IDEA 2004. Parent Training and Information Centers have existed in IDEA since the first reauthorization in 84-85. And we fall in under technical assistance. So when you think about some of the other projects that provide technical assistance to state departments of education and other technical assistance projects, we provide supports and services for parents to be able to effectively understand their rights and responsibilities, and then also participate in the special education process. So I highlighted a few of the required activities and an optional activity, and so we can just kind of see how it exists in IDEA. Required activities: B1, provide training and information that meets the needs of parents of children with disabilities living in the area served by the center, particularly underserved parents and parents of children who may be inappropriately identified. Again, that's one of our mandates. I skipped down to 4, assist parents to communicate effectively and work collaboratively with personnel responsible for providing services. C, participation in decision-making processes. development of individualized education programs, so IEPs. And also we are not kind of specific to Part B. We also provide these services to parents of infants and toddlers in our state's early intervention program. We participate in activities at the school level that benefit their children, actually assist parents to participate in activities at the school level to benefit their children. Required activities continued. This kind of gets into some of the dispute resolution requirements that we discussed at the last meeting. Assist parents in resolving disputes in the most expeditious and effective way possible, including encouraging the use of explaining the benefits of alternative methods of dispute resolution, such as the mediation process. And again, OSAP generally doesn't get that prescriptive, encouraging the use. So it's important to note there that they want parent training and information centers to assist families to help them resolve disputes in the most expeditious way. Assist parents to understand the availability of and how effectively to use procedural safeguards under this title. And then 9, assist parents in understanding, preparing for, and participating in the process described in that number, and that is the resolution session that's kind of attached to due process hearings. Keep going. Then we have optional activities. We at Raising Special Kids never really considered these to be optional. It's a big part of what we do, and also kind of leans into our partnership with the Arizona Department of Education. So Parent Training and Information Center may provide information to teachers and other professionals to assist the teachers and professionals in improving results for children with disabilities. So that data point there is specifically from a program that you're going to hear more about from Kathy in just a few minutes. Education professionals reported being better prepared to work with families. Okay, we'll keep going. So I wanted to spend just a little bit, maybe more than 30 seconds on this slide, and just kind of outline some of the activities that we're engaged with the Department of Education in our longstanding partnership. Professional development for Arizona's educators, so pre-service and in-service teacher and related topic trainings, effective strategies in working with families through the special education process, and parent perspective training. So this is all really training focused on the professional development of Arizona's educators. We work closely with Becky Robbie to make sure that our staff have a great understanding of Indicator 8, the Family Involvement Survey, so that they can really encourage, support, and affirm the importance of doing the survey, and also the importance of family participation in the special education process. Ongoing consultation, so we work very closely with ADESS to ensure that the family voice is represented in policy. And what that looks like is we provided public comment on the menu of assessments. For those of you who have been around CEAP for a while, I think that was only just last year, maybe 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, providing assistance with the graduation ASTAS document. COVID-19, certainly we worked very closely as the pandemic kind of started and then as it has continued. Advise and inform on the needs of families. Other activities, we participate in the IDEA conference, formerly both conferences, the Directors Institute and the Transition Conference. I am a member of the Special Education Advisory Panel. We also are a partner on the State Personnel Development Grant. And at times when there's guidance and Alyssa alluded to this a little bit earlier about compensatory ed services will be working to make sure that that information is presented in a way that families can understand. So I want to allow Kathy to introduce herself because she does a much better job doing it than I do. And she's going to go into a little bit more detail on some of our programs and services. And then Kathy, I have control of the presentation. So just let me know when you'd like me to change the slides.
I will. Thank you so much. I'm Kathy Gray Mangerson. I've been doing this work for 12 years. I have a 29-year-old son who has a specific learning disability in auditory processing, who's married, has 3 children, makes more money than I do, and has a 4-year-old who also has an IEP in developmental delay and is attending developmental preschool because she needs help with speech therapy and occupational therapy. So I'm going through this again for the 2nd generation. And when Chris talked about our partnership with the Arizona Department of Education, I just needed to give another public thank you to Lori Bird, because since COVID has started, Lori and I are in constant communication with when I get information from parents in certain situations, I'm running that past her, and she's been able to help us solve a couple of situations. And then whenever she hears things, she sends it to me. So it's been a great partnership. I've been in this role since January. Where my job is also to stay on top of everything with special ed and then make sure I share all that information with the staff. So it's almost like Chris could read the future and figure out that COVID was coming. And it was very fortuitous that I've been able to do this since COVID started, because as we all know, it's changed everything to do with schools. But one of the programs that we have in collaboration with ADE is we've created a workshop called Engaging Parents in the IEP Process. And it's one of the workshops that I love to do because we give it to pre-service teachers, meaning students who are in their bachelor's or master's program to be a special ed teacher, as well as giving it to in-service or current special ed teachers in schools. And we give it to a variety of different professionals. So we could give it to school psychologists or occupational therapists or speech therapists or special ed teachers. And currently right now we're working with a very large district in the state, and once a month there are 6 of us that get online and talk to a certain group within special ed within that district. And what we really share is the parent perspective. And I will tell you that at the end of every workshop that I've been doing, they say, we never thought about that. Thanks for sharing ideas and suggestions. So really love doing the parent panels. And Chris, if you go to the next slide, we'll share a couple of quotes that we got from some of those special ed students. Because we don't receive an academic class involving professional interactions with families, hearing your experiences on what may and will help build relationships between parents and teachers helps us better prepare for our own classrooms and careers. And I'll talk about this a little later, but we actually bring one of our parent leaders with us as well to the workshop. So they get to hear from 2 parents about their situations, and it really makes a difference to them in their career. And then we had another pre-service, a general education teacher say, the presentation helped put the parents and teachers role into perspective. The presentation was very informative and helped me learn new ways to become a better future teacher. So it really is a great thing that we do out there to professionals who are currently in the special ed field or will be soon. Since COVID, Chris will talk a lot more about things that we did and that we added, but we are open, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and we spend the majority of time talking to parents on the phone. That's how they access us initially. So we've had a great stuff on raisingspecialkids.org page, but as soon as COVID hit, we created a COVID-19 page. And for example, on the COVID-19 page, there's a whole education page about special ed 504 plans during COVID. We also have had for several years, we have a couple of taped webinars. So for example, we have a webinar called The 10 Things You Need to Know About Your Next IEP Training that a parent could access 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In a couple of other slides, I'll talk to you about our live online trainings. We also do weekly Facebook live chats in English and Spanish. So for example, about 3 weeks ago, I was the guest and we answered all the special ed questions that the person in charge of our Facebook live chat has been getting from parents. And I'm usually on about once a month to answer the latest special ed, because in doing this job in 12 years, the questions that I'm getting now, I've never gotten, and they change month by month by month. So please like us and follow us on social media and you can keep up with the latest. So when families call us, they can absolutely expect that their information will remain confidential. We're also going to give them information about local resources. So I live in Tucson. If you're in Tucson, I'm going to tell you about the support groups that are appropriate. We also, about a third of us that work at Raising Special Kids are bilingual Spanish, including Chris and Ceci. So we can help those parents as well. We have workshops in Spanish. We have many other things in Spanish. Every week, every day mostly, we're having parents ask us about the other systems out there, like how do I access behavioral health? And what does SSI look like? How does my child qualify for the Division of Developmental Disabilities or Arizona Long-Term Cares? And then we can connect them to other parents, and I'll talk about that program in just a minute. Okay, so maybe you've heard about MTSS in school. This is, and that stands for multi-tiered systems and supports. This is our multi-tiered system of family support. So as is typical with any of these MTSS systems, the majority of people get services at the bottom and the least amount of people get services at the top, but you work your way up. So we do lots of parent trainings, and we have a whole slide on that. We do a quarterly newsletter that people can subscribe to every single week. We give a newsletter called the Monday Memo, and it has links and stories about the most important things that are happening right now. The webinars I talked about, all the things on the website I talked about. We are always giving information and overviews and that kind of thing. And our job as family support specialists is to teach parents how to advocate for their children. So in every single phone call, we're talking about that. What could you do? What would it look like? That type of thing. But if I've talked to someone on the phone and it becomes clear that they might need additional support from me, then moving to the second tier, if you will, possibly I'll set up what we call a one-on-one consultation. I have one tomorrow afternoon. So that parent will have sent me the MET and the IEP for their child. I will have read it, and then we will go through it, and they will understand what's written in their child's IEP and MET. That will cause them to write down questions about things that are in there. They'll get more information about it because we're the information and training center, and I can help them understand that. Also, we get many calls, not just about school, but this is happening, or the IEP is not being followed, or whatever. What's the next step I should take? How do I problem solve this? How do I get ready for this meeting? What kind of resources are available for me? So again, we would share that information and help them with whatever that stage is. And then at the top, you can imagine, as you know, COVID has upset every part of everyone's life. And we are getting, we've always gotten parents who are very emotional, but maybe COVID added on top of that. So we have to deal with that parent. Has the child's behavior got better or worse? Is the parent working from home so they see more of it? What kind of help can we provide you? And it could be, we could be talking to you about behavior supports. We could be talking to you about here's how to access behavioral health for everybody else in the family. So depending on where you are, we're going to start at the bottom and give you those resources. If they aren't enough, we'll go to the second tier and help you that way. And then on the top tier, and we do help parents get ready for CFT meetings, evaluation meetings, IEP meetings, and that kind of thing. we attend those pretty rarely, but if that's the type of support that a parent would need, then that's something that we could do. Next slide. Thank you. So everybody knows that if you have a child birth to 26 years of age who has a disability, call us. But we get many questions about how does my child become eligible for an IEP or a 504 plan. So even if the child doesn't have a diagnosed disability right now, but maybe you suspect autism, so we can give you the list of developmental pediatricians in your area, we're happy to do that. We also, like I said, talked about the one-on-one consultation with the IEP. We do spend with special ed a lot of time talking about the process. How do you move from AZIP to developmental preschool? How do you move from preschool to kindergarten? Maybe then from kindergarten to elementary, from elementary to middle to high school, and then leaving high school. Chris talked to you briefly about how it's our job to explain the formal dispute resolution options as well as the informal dispute resolution options. Start to talk to the teacher and work your way up. And then I talked very briefly about the IEP partner. We do go to a few IEP meetings, but there's a lot more involved with that. That's the highest level of service. We needed to work with the parents some other things before we do that. But if that becomes a need, then that's something we can discuss. Thank you. So we help families try to learn about what are the services available out there. What are the resources to you in your community or in your state or nationwide? And I talked earlier about navigating the systems of care. Many parents don't even know how to start to get behavioral health services. They have no idea that their child might be eligible for Social Security, or they don't know what an ABLE account is, or you only know what you know. And oftentimes, as we have dealt with parents over the years, we know the other things to tell them that they haven't even thought about. So that's why every call is so individualized, just like an IEP, that you're going to get what you need. I'm going to give you additional information so that you can go out there, because part of my job also is to help you learn to advocate for your child in systems that you may not know a lot about, but we're going to give you some information about those. Here is just not a complete, but here's a list of some of the most common trainings that we do. So the Turning 18, and these are all available for free. All a parent has to do is go to our website and register. We offer them during the day, at night, on the weekends. And so if a parent could attend all of these or the same one 3 times or whatever they need, they're free. All they have to do is register. But Turning 18, we talk about everything that happens at 18, including what happens with special ed if the child stays a little later. We talk about guardianship, that type of thing. The IEP training, we talk about everything to do with IEPs. Positive behavior support. It's structured fabulously, and it talks about how behavior is a science and the 6 steps to a behavior intervention plan. Then high school transition, we have a workshop on what happens at 16 with a child with an IEP and how the transition portion is added to the IEP. We have a workshop on road to employment, talk about what does that look like, what are the steps. We have a real popular one called Talking with Your Kids About Sexuality. We also have one birth to kindergarten. So from birth to 6 years of age, what happens first AZIP, then developmental preschool, then kindergarten. We have one on bullying prevention. And then we also do one on understanding 504 plans as well.
Kathy,
Next one. Sorry?
Kathy, I'm gonna speed us up a little bit, and and we're gonna kind of just look at these briefly.
Okay.
We do have training for a number of professionals apart from school educators. We do work with healthcare professionals as well. Parent-to-parent support is really the heart of our mission, connecting families with other families that have children with a similar or same diagnosis. We do a lot with parent leadership. So we actively recruit parents who would like to give back. They've received services from us and they wanted to volunteer to help another family. We do that as well. So I'm going to just camp a second here because I want to make sure we have time, Kathy, for you to come back on and let everyone know what's going on in the world. So our organization, we continue to work from home. COVID-19 has allowed us the opportunity to make a very large scale shift to online services in a very short period of time. And we did that. And it wasn't unlike what the schools did, but it was probably a smaller scale than providing direct educational services to thousands of students. We developed technology for providing everything online. We created unique messaging for families, and we leaned into our social media platforms that Kathy alluded to earlier, and we mobilized our staff and volunteers to make outgoing calls, see how families were doing. And we did a lot of that in those early days, just checking in with families that we had served over the past 6 months and the past year. These are just some of the things that we did. We have a dedicated COVID-19 resource page. We developed new curriculum around the coronavirus, and we instituted Facebook Lives on Wednesdays and Fridays. Our individual assistance, though delivered maybe a little differently, is still parent-to-parent family support, individual assistance. And this link will actually take you right to a referral form that will put a family right into our system. Our turnaround time from referral to contact has been reduced from 48 hours to 24 hours. So now families can expect a call back by the end of the next business day if they are either call us or referred to us. And that was an organization priority before COVID-19. And COVID-19 really allowed us to make sure that happened. Okay, Kathy, I'm going to turn it back over to you because you've heard the most from families.
And we're hearing everything. We're hearing some families only want in-person, some families only want distance learning and everything, and it changes constantly. But these are the top little things that as of the top couple of things that we're hearing about this week, which could change next week. So with districts that are moving to in-person learning, some districts are allowing families to choose distance learning or in-person, some are not. So with the districts that are moving to in-person, they are giving a FAPE, a free appropriate public education offer to the family, and they are telling the family that we believe that FAPE is in person. We're ready, willing, and able to provide that, but this is a 45-year-old law with no waivers that doesn't necessarily work well with a national health emergency that's changing all the time. So we've got families who are too afraid to send their children to school, and the school is saying that the FAPE offer is in person. So we're having families who are making a decision this year about safety and are having to look at options such as homeschooling, empowerment scholarship, that type of thing. But we're getting that call multiple times a day for that situation. We're also getting calls about the families that have chosen distance learning or a district who has not opened up yet. And we're finding that distance learning for some children with IEPs is very difficult. They have a hard time paying attention. They need to be constantly redirected. And if there's not a parent at home or the parent is working at home, that's sometimes not always an option. And even in certain situations, there are fabulous paraprofessionals who are assisting the child over the computer, but it's still not enough. So families are sometimes struggling with that. We're hearing about masks, that my child can't wear a mask and there are no policy, or they're saying the only policy is if you can't wear a mask, you can't come to school. we're having situations like that. Lori with ADE has been sharing what the Office of Civil Rights is saying about that, but that still tends to be an issue because the one thing neither the CDC or the governor's executive order covered were children, for example, with sensory issues. Certainly children with breathing problems are exempted, but not those with sensory issues. Compensatory education, we've been talking to parents about if they felt that their child did not receive FAPE in the spring, to talk to districts about it now. And so either they're not sure how to bring that up, or they don't like the offers they're getting, that type of thing. And then the last major thing we're hearing about is evaluations, initial evaluations. So I've asked for an initial evaluation, and the school has come back and said to me that they're not doing those until school fully reopens. We've also heard from parents with children with reevaluations that they're basically doing a review of data, which they're certainly allowed to do, and then just saying that my child continues to be eligible. And we're hearing the most about children with an IEP in developmental preschool who have moved into kindergarten this year, and there wasn't an eval done or anything like that. It was just basically continued. So they didn't feel that they got a lot of information from kindergarten. So those are the really quick things that we're hearing about from parents, and it could be different next week, but we wanted to share that with you. And thank you very much for having me today. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if we have time. There's our phone numbers and our website and our email address if you'd like to reach out to us.
Thank you, Kathy.
That was great. I actually had you guys come to my class just recently, and these were secondary general ed math and science teachers, and they were very impressed and very appreciative of the information.
Oh, thank you for that feedback. We appreciate that.
Yeah. Any questions or comments from anyone? Kara, are you? No?
Well, I wanted to say thank you. That very last slide had that was my son, Jeremy. And whenever I do a presentation, I try to put Jeremy in it. And that is him on the bus going to his developmental preschool about 8 years ago. So.
What we have on the agenda for 1 o'clock feeds into feeds into the work that you are doing at Raising Special Kids. So I'd like this to kind of meld into this next topic, and you stay active with this discussion, and that is regarding parent resources. We had discussion at the last CEOP meeting, wishing to see what the parent resources are that ADE has, and how there was some discussion regarding making them more parent friendly. And we have the link to the parent resources that is on the website, the ADE website. It's in the agenda. If you guys, if the panel members would please pull it up and take a look at it. That was part of the homework, was to take a look at it and be ready for it. Let me pull mine up right now.
I think that's just a link to the procedural safeguards. Is there a web page you wanted us to look at for parent resources?
Yes, it's the parent procedural safeguards notice. Is that the only set of parent resources that ADE has?
No, but this is the piece of discussion, from my recollection from the prior meetings, is that we were going to have this discussion about, tell me if I'm wrong, folks, but to help see how this could be turned into plain language and what we might want to recommend to ADE or Raising Special Kids about what could be produced to help parents understand procedural safeguards. Is that correct? And then Kathy, to your, I mean, you guys can all answer, but Department of Ed, or at least I know Raising Special Kids, they've got a lot more resources than this, if that was your question, for parents. This is just the one piece that was pulled out from discussion in the past couple meetings that you guys wanted to, just that parents get confused, and this is heavy, it sounds like, for parents. So is that what everybody else understands, that we were going to try to walk through this with Department of Ed? And I think it's a project that you're working on, right, Chris? And yeah, go ahead.
I have I'd like to just share my screen if I could one more time.
Sure. Yeah, we kind of just rolled right into 1 o'clock agenda because they kind of, so if anybody has any questions for Chris and Kathy. Yeah, they are, yeah.
So are you seeing Traveling the Special Education Highway there? Okay.
Yes.
So this is a document from the Arizona Department of Education that was developed years and years ago, and it's revised every year with our input. And I believe that Becky Robbie still kind of does this. This was meant to be the procedural safeguards presented in a more easily readable format and a little bit more parent friendly. So, you know, it's got a table of contents. It's a little bit more easy to understand as far as procedural safeguards can be. But this is something that we point families to a lot. If they come to us saying, hey, I got this packet that I don't really understand, we'll start with this and talk through this with them. Many times that is situational. You know, if they have a question about a certain procedure or a certain thing, for example, prior written notice, you know, we might start here. So that's a resource that I know about and wanted to share with the group. And I just Googled Traveling the Special Education Highway, and I'm sure that there's a link on our website that points to it a little bit more directly. Kathy's nodding her head there. So, so I wanted to just
well, and I do,
it off the
well, thanks, Chris. Oh, somebody talking?
No, I'm trying to find it on the ADE website, and I'm not finding it yet.
This was part of, if I remember my memory, was part of it was, I think, where we got to was that there are resources out there that we might just need to be reminded of. So that could have been why Chris, maybe, I'm not trying to speak for Chris, why he brought that up, because it happens a lot, right? That there's resources created and we don't know where they are, we don't know where to find them. And I'll be honest with you, I have never seen that, probably since my VR days. So it's good to be reminded it's there, because I will absolutely use that. And that's some of us, our own user, you know, not looking for things or not knowing where to go. Kathy's tell us how easy it is to find on Department of Ed, not to call out Department of Ed, but these are the kind of things where we just need to make sure they're either done in a way parents understand them, or do we need to make recommendations to people like the Parent Training Information Center, which is Raising Special Kids in Department of Ed, to help. So is there anybody else, like the parents on here and other panel members, have you guys looked at the Traveling the Highways? Do you have any feedback? Would you make any recommendations? Go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah, I mean, the only concern I have is that it's a wonderful resource that isn't shared openly with parents. I mean, I've received hundreds of the procedural safeguards throughout our daughter's school career. I've never received, I know about this document because of my connection with Raising Special Kids. It's never been introduced to me from the school. And any of her, from early intervention to developmental preschool to the district school, it's never been even hinted at, other than at the bottom of the procedural safeguards, very tiny, Raising Special Kids, and the phone number. So it's, and I think we talked about this in the last meeting, that there are wonderful resources out there, but parents aren't aware of them. And yes, parents need to do their due diligence, but we also understand parents depending on their circumstances, are limited. And so we kind of go to the resources of, why aren't the schools using this? Why don't they have this? Why isn't this brought up there? And it's unfortunate that such a good document is out there that isn't, at least in my experience and in the experience of the families that I know, they have no idea about this document from the schools. It's because they hear about it through other families or through Raising Special Kids.
I know, Nicole, that every time I do an Engaging Parents in the IEP workshop, I actually hold it up in front of my camera and let all the teachers that I'm talking to know about it. But I think there's a lot of people that know about a lot of things. They just don't always share it, and the information doesn't always get down to parents.
Oh, it's so true. I could speak to that in my own efforts. I get very frustrated. I'm like, we already did all this, but people are like, I didn't know it was there. And so sometimes it is about that communication or marketing. I think if we all got better at, I will start using that. I can tell you in everything I present with parents. Sometimes I do think that was part of this conversation, was where could things be housed, or how can we make more attention? Somebody else, was it Kara? Somebody else had their hand up. Sorry, I just jumped in. Go ahead, Kara.
I was actually just going to dovetail over to Nicole as well. The procedural safeguards, which I actually have from our last IEP meetings, 25 pages long. And just like Nicole said, I am aware of the special education highway too, but those are two big documents, right? And as a parent, you're already stretched to the max, and then to ask us to then go find it, well, we're given this, but it's really not that helpful. So go get go look at the highway, which is much more appropriate. And yes, is there just some way that all of these resources can be trickled down to the school level, the district level, so they're aware, and say, hey, maybe even switch it. I know that the procedural safeguards are important, but say, this is much more attainable to understand. And here are your procedural, it's like the highway is almost like your cliff notes, and then if you want to dig deeper, go on to this too. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and somehow helping people understand to marry the two, if you will, because it doesn't say procedural safeguards on it, because it's probably more comprehensive, I'm guessing, the highway. Yeah, I hear. I think, yeah, that's kind of part of it. And I don't know if anybody has suggestions.
I would like
go
to
ahead,
say
Nancy.
that just going on, ADE's website, clicking special education, I can click parents, and I can get to, the traveling, the special ed highway. But I think that's a great point, that it really doesn't marry it to the procedural safeguards. So, if that's a communique from, from ESS down to directors, that they can suggest to their staff to point that out to parents, because the staff agree. The staff agree that, they present it kind of as, hey, in your free time or when you need to fall asleep, go ahead and read through this. So, the staff know it's hard for parents. So perhaps just a little prompt on, hey, remember this document from long ago? Let's connect these together for parents.
Susan, I want to second what everyone's saying, because I feel the same exact way, and I won't repeat it all. But you said something that I think was really important, and I hate to even say it in connection with education, but you used the word marketing. And I think that's the biggest thing. It's like, how do we get it out there? And it just doesn't seem like it, it connects with special education, but that is exactly what it is. It's somehow getting it to the educators that are, literally having those conversations, those IEP meetings, those conference calls with the parents. So how do we market it to them? And then there's the, I know it's complicated. There's a turnover, and then there's the new teachers, and then there's the substitute teachers, and, we go on, but I think the marketing piece is the most important part, because the resources are definitely there. And when they get to Raising Special Kids, I'd like to say that, we're able to really help them get through the process, but how do we get them there? It's those next steps, it's marketing. So.
Yeah, well, we're facing the same thing in Employment First, where people are so confused or don't understand their role. And it's like, but we've created all these infographics and help people understand. It's like, oh, where is that? So I think I'm just facing similar, because I think some of the areas, some of those that involved, just for an example, we're going to be moving into more like public service announcements. This is a different initiative, right? But same concept, and it's to point out certain things for families and individuals so that they know they're there and that their voice can become and you know, louder, as well as them knowing where things are. I don't know, because again, a lot of the things are already done, and that was, I think, a big part of our discussion, is that I remember lots of you guys talking about Department of Ed's website is so comprehensive. And is that the best place? We need to have it there. But I think we all have a role, everybody on this panel, to be posting it on any websites that you can get it, teaching your own folks, your constituents where it is. I mean, that's just spreading and building the capacity, because we know not one place, not Raising Special Kids or Department of Ed is going to be the end all, the answer for everything. And that not everybody goes to them for these kind of things necessarily. Not every parent knows about Raising Special Kids. So I feel like it's a global issue for all of us to think about as a panel, and how we're going to disseminate, market, whatever you want to call it. I know those aren't, I know marketing is.
I have a suggestion that maybe this might be an actionable step. You know, the place where everything begins and ends is the IEP meeting. And that's where you either make parents mad for the rest of the child's school career, or you begin to develop this cooperative spirit. I'm on the ESS main page, and I see a lot of links, but I'm wondering if there shouldn't be a link called For Teachers. And that link might have some sublinks in it to the Navigating the Special Ed Highway, low incidence and transition is in special projects. I'm not so sure I would know where to find the guidance for transition services. You know, they have some beautiful materials there that I even use in my training, but it's buried a little bit. So I'm just wondering if there couldn't be links to, you know, a little link on that page that's for teachers or for districts that would help them to assure that they have the resources for IEPs that's quick, that they could get to right away. Would that be something that would be helpful? Because this is there, but it needs to get out.
Alyssa or somebody from the ADC, don't you guys already have a tab for educators? Or maybe I don't know.
We've got a professional development link, but it doesn't have that kind of guidance.
Well, okay. So I'm just processing everything that you guys have said and trying to kind of take the pieces that would be actionable and things that are perhaps outside of that wouldn't be actionable, I guess would be the best way to put it. Certainly refining web clicks, web links, web paths is something that we're always in the process of doing. So we did in our old web format have links for teachers. I'm thinking I just went through web pages this week with our webmaster, and we took out some of those paths, because when you talk about links for schools or links for teachers, it could be everything. I mean, in the universe of what a teacher needs, what a special education teacher needs, you could literally have a suite of 15 pages and it wouldn't cover it, because what one is not what another needs is not what another needs. So I'm not sure if that's really the right way to go. I think my struggle is, I want to go back to the marketing conversation. I think there's a good point there, that there needs to be marketing. The challenge for us right now is what to market. And when to market is always what and when at the department. What is the right time to market what message? And usually there's a cycle in the department. You know, we market these things at this time because of what's coming up naturally in the school year. And right now what we're marketing really, really heavily is please provide service. Please stay in the classroom and don't leave. please make sure that if you're not providing services, you know you owe comp ed. You know, please remember that there are no waivers to anything. You know, that we're offering really, really 101 at this moment. And what you're asking for is absolutely appropriate, but it may be extra at this time where we're getting out very, very basic reminders of what is required. So I hope that makes sense. And I certainly am not minimizing this. I'm thinking that we have a meeting already with Raising Special Kids to talk about plain language comp services materials. Perhaps we could roll plain language procedural safeguards notification into that conversation and try and build on this. And then we can talk about how to get that information out there. But I do want to kind of remind us of the context that we're in right now, because marketing and timing is everything.
All right. Get it. I get it. That's always when I go back to the group. What's the most important right now to tell people about? I mean, we're doing a lot of success story, peer-to-peer kind of, because that's what people keep asking for and trying to highlight that. But then if something else comes up, 20 other things. A couple of things. I do see an educators tab at the very top. It's clear. There's an educators tab on their Department of Ed. It says Students, Families, Educators, Administrators. So there's already a tab there. It's just maybe there's not a clear category where parent resources would be, Kathy.
I don't see it.
To be fair, parent resources is something that we're actually building out. I had a meeting with our webmaster just this week and talked about that. And knowing that I had a meeting coming up with Raising Special Kids, that was one of the things that I wanted to talk about, was what sorts of things we would pull over to aggregate. So it's perfect timing for us to do that.
Well, and I was going to suggest
it's not a special ed, it's everybody.
Right, but it's a lot of topics. I was just going to make a recommendation. Maybe this could be something we ask them to do, is put on a webinar, for an hour webinar that explains and helps understand the two documents and how they coordinate with each other and where they can be found. It's just an idea, because those things are, I don't want to say that people have time to do it, but those are a lot easier to do than running out to every single school and being at every IEP to get, it's not possible. I mean, we're not going to reach everybody. And as somebody said, the turnover next year is going to be a whole nother teachers that it's an ongoing issue in Arizona around keeping information consistent. And just because teachers change constantly. So maybe I know you probably already have done sessions at conferences. I know that's kind of a weird place just because we're doing everything virtual, but perhaps it's something that could be highlighted in a series, what the transition folks are doing or what your AT folks, because I know there's a series of things going on right now. Or maybe Raising Special Kids just puts it on and partners with Department of Ed.
Sounds like a great idea, actually. Mm-hmm.
And I think that people will respond to that if you guys frame it correctly, like make it a little lighter than let's talk about procedural safeguards. But maybe, you know, in an understandable way. I always use the word edubabble, like let's get away from edubabble and speak language that parents understand. And that's fair to say, because we're all professional. A lot of us are professionals in this, and we have different languages that we use. Okay. Does anybody else want to add anything to this conversation? Mostly those that are in the schools. Like, I'm not even in the schools anymore, so I hear things, but really relying on you guys that are in the schools and the special ed, the folks that are representing the schools. If there's anything else you want to let Department of Ed or Raising Special Kids know about these docs that could be helpful for us to, for them. I'm sorry.
Christina.
Something. So just in my experience, it's a lot of you don't know what you don't know for parents. And so they don't know what to ask. They probably don't even understand or know that there are rights in which they could clarify or ask about. And so, I mean, you know, I think Kara is the one who said, like, at the very, you know, bottom of your, you know, procedural safeguards, or maybe, I can't remember if it's on a meeting notice or something, that it directs you somewhere if you want more information. And then, of course, if you go to a meeting, they offer you your procedural safeguards, right? they're supposed to also say, if you have any questions about these, or do you have any questions about these? Do you want to know more about these? But most parents, I would say, because it has a kind of a technical name, if you don't know what procedural safeguards mean, then you don't know even what they are. You're just like, okay, thank you. And then a lot of parents, if they do get them hard copy or emailed, don't read them, don't quite understand what rights to bestow, I guess, upon them. So that's, I think, the biggest problem just in my history, probably about 15 years. And I don't know what we can do about that, but I think that if we can do something about that, that's one of the biggest things we can do to make an impact. That's all.
Well, and part of whether, oh, go ahead, Carla.
It's just technical. I always assumed that title, going to Christina's great point, and the contents of it were kind of federally mandated. Like it was just, and all we were doing was literally duplicating what the feds told us to and distributing it to parents. Do we have leeway in title format content? Or, thank you, Christina, for bringing that point up. That question's to ESS. Alyssa, maybe?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I can answer.
I think it's pretty commonly known as a procedural safeguards notice. I'm not sure if we would want to change that language at this time, especially when so many other things are changing. And especially as we look forward potentially to the reauthorization of IDEA within the next couple of years. I just am not sure if that's something we want to undertake right now.
I wasn't even suggesting something that dramatic. I mean, even in terms of just the format, the language, the way the presentation, I assumed that was literally, and I shouldn't even admit this in a public meeting and probably never read mine. But I guess when I saw it, I just assumed it literally came from the federal government through ADE. So I'm just asking, is there any leeway? I mean, I understand your point at all, in presentation, in nomenclature, and anything, or is it all federally mandated language?
As I understand it, it's actually what we provide is a sample. It is not what districts are required to provide. Districts can provide whatever, districts and charters, PEAs can provide whatever they like in terms of procedural safeguards notice. We provide a sample notice as a courtesy, as we provide many sample notices, and that is what many PEAs use.
Is it crazy to think about, don't cringe too much, Alyssa, but is it crazy to think about kind of a state exemplar that then districts could use, especially the small charter schools, the rural schools who don't have the same resources? I know it's a huge project and long term, but just something to think about, since I'm hearing a common theme from the parent side.
I mean, I think that's what we're actually looking at, working with Raising Special Kids on, is to look and see if there's another way that we can present the material in a more plain language format. And I don't know what that would look like, because there's a lot of information to cover. But certainly that's something we can take on and produce as a sample if we're able to make it reasonable.
I would applaud that effort, that in terms of giving guidance on actionable items. I think that's certainly an effort that I wish to see you continue, and that we would love to see edits or iterations of it, just to give our feedback to it as you move forward, because I think it's very important. And I think RSK, Raising Special Kids, has a finger on the pulse of the parents, and use that as the resource for us in this guide. Your work is highly and highly regarded.
Nicole had her hand up.
I want to make sure I'm understanding, but because maybe I'm oversimplifying this, but if we have the special education, traveling the special education highway, and the current procedural safeguards are an example that are coming down from ESS, why couldn't those be married together and that trickle down together to the schools? And the schools, here's the example we have, So when the schools are offering it, I mean, we know that it's school by school, district by district, but they now have these together when that they can offer to the parents. And the best way to offer it would be, here's your procedural safeguards. Here's a more family-friendly version. Would you like both? But obviously, you know, it will determine how it's presented will be, how it's received. It depends on how it's presented. But just if we started there, it seems like we already have this really great document and then their schools are already receiving an example. Why not marry it them there and then have it trickle? Am I oversimplifying? Am I missing a step?
I mean, that's certainly something the department could consider. I haven't looked at the Traveling to Special Education Highway document in a long time, so I wouldn't, you know, we certainly, bottom line is, if these are all things that you'd like us to consider, the department can certainly take them into consideration and do a review and see what's possible in terms of producing a document in parent-friendly language and getting that out to schools to use, along with some kind of parent training. These are all reasonable requests for us to consider. I'm also going to remind you of the time and what's happening in your context, because there's a lot happening. So certainly we can put that into the bucket of things to do because it is important, and we'll put it in our priority list and once we've had a chance to take a look and consider it, if that's something that CEAP would like to recommend.
One more comment and then we need to move on, and we can continue this at the end in our actionable item. Carrie, you waved at me.
Even in the interim, if there's some way that we could just bring to the attention of the schools, here's your safeguards. Now go to Arizona Department of Education website. If they have access to internet, my goodness, there's so much information out there. And honestly, I too am at fault at this. When I first got here, I didn't go to this website. And every time I do go to it, I'm so thrilled at all the information that's there. So even if literally you're sitting down in your IEP meeting, you're sitting down somewhere, all you need is somebody to open their mouth and say, go to this website. Or if CC was talking about marketing, have one little sheet that says, here's the website, go to it. That's it. You know, probably don't have to change anything else because all the information, as we all know, is there.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to move us on for right now. We have Michelle Hodges, who is going to give a dyslexia presentation on guidance and legislation requirements. And Michelle, thank you for your patience as we finished up that last presentation.
Absolutely. I love learning and hearing all of the topics in your meeting. So thank you very much for having myself and Dr. Amy Boza. She's our director of the ELA team. And today we are going to be presenting on the different dyslexia legislation and what I like to call Arizona's dyslexia plan. And I believe I have permission to share my PowerPoint. So are you able to see it?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Alrighty, so our state is growing with the nation. So here is an updated dyslexia laws map across the nation. Everywhere in green has either a dyslexia handbook or a dyslexia legislation feature. We now in Arizona have 3 different components, which we'll be breaking down here in a second. And then also a part of our growth plan for the state is to really break down the barriers and dispelling myths behind dyslexia and struggling readers. And with that, how are we going to do it? Blending together with that legislation, which is our screeners, our dyslexia training, and then providing resources not only for teachers, but also for parents. I believe Sean presented our dyslexia handbook to the group and the task force, the dyslexia task force, who created it. We do find this document to be such a valuable guide that we have it highlighted at the very top of our dyslexia website, which is our ADE website, and you can see it there on the left-hand side. And this guide is was created and is organized to be able to be broken down by those parents, teachers, and schools, but then also to have all students in mind, where we have the English language learner, specific learning disabilities, and then also an area for frequently asked questions that we're able to use as a resource when guiding parents, teachers, and schools. So this document was the first step in the dyslexia plan for the state, and we are continuing the dyslexia plan with the first part of our legislation, which is calling for universal literacy and dyslexia screeners. So we married together the dyslexia legislation with the Move On When Reading legislation, which does call for the screening of K through 3 students 3 times a year. And by marrying those legislation requirements together, we are able to continue that seamless assessment schedule that schools were already doing, but now being able to have some refinement and to be able to have some sub-measures that are measuring for risk factors. And we have a list that is not only on our website, but has also been disseminated to schools of our Arizona approved universal literacy and dyslexia screener list. These 7 vendors have all gone through a very rigorous screening process to make sure that they are meeting both the Move On When Reading and the dyslexia legislation and specific requirements for each grade level, kindergarten through 3rd grade. And of these 7 vendors, we were able to partner together with them to create videos, which you'll see all the way on the right-hand side column. And these videos are introductory videos. So these are not selling videos, but introductory videos. So if schools were not using a screener that is on the list, they would be able to view all 7 screeners. And they're about 35-minute videos that give an overview. And so schools are able to pick what screener is going to meet their community's needs and their teachers and students' needs throughout. And this is also an ongoing cycle. So right now, this list was published, and we are about to go into our 2nd review cycle, where if a vendor was not on this list, they are able to apply or reapply and go through that same rigorous process to make sure that we are able to meet both the Move On When Reading and dyslexia requirement. That due date is December 1st, so it is coming up where we will be having that 2nd review cycle. And after the review is conducted, we will be able to produce a new updated list for schools to be able to inquire about and to be able to move forward with for the next school year. So currently, we are in an establishment year. So if a school is not using a screener that's currently on the list, that's where we are working with schools to be able to not only identify what screeners may help meet their needs, but also knowing that that cycle of being able to review, looking at all of the different screeners does take some time. And the legislation with that Senate Bill 1318, now 1491, was stopped halfway through the legislation process, where we were asking for the extension of a year. So now this is a way for us to be able to work with schools to be able to have all of us meeting the requirements. So with that approved list, we were able to create a universal literacy and dyslexia screener guide. And with that guide, it goes out to all schools as well. That talks about how Move On When Reading and the dyslexia legislation marry together, and the importance of those literacy screeners, as well as what areas are assessed for each grade level. And in the Universal Literacy and Screener Guide, we also have an MTSS flowchart where we're able to see how the process works throughout a school system for all students, and we'll see that next, as well as the required parent notification. That is a Move On When Reading requirement, and there are 2 letters. And then another very important area, frequently asked questions. And those questions are able to direct for schools, school districts, LEAs, parents, and teachers. And then the parental strategies that are down at the bottom go along with that second parent letter, which is also a legislative requirement of how could we continue that full circle of education and being able to help areas that are at risk. So here is our MTSS chart that is included in the Universal Literacy Guide, where you can see at the very top in the blue is our first parent letter, and that parent letter is going out saying that all kindergarten through third grade students are going to be given that universal literacy screener, and it is going through the different process. And this MTSS chart was co-created with the ESS department and our OLS department to make sure we're involving all students and all parameters, as well as the MTSS chart really helps improve the accuracy of identification of struggling readers and students with the characteristics of dyslexia, because we're talking about an initial screener. So we have those two areas, that students who are at benchmark and the students who did not meet benchmark. So the students who are not at benchmark, what can we do? How do we increase that awareness of where their skills and gaps are? And that would be giving that diagnostic assessment. And you'll see that's where that parent letter 2 comes in, because that diagnostic is able to really help pinpoint where skill deficiencies are, and it matches with our parent letter 2, which I'll show you next. And then it continues along with those flexible groupings and different considerations for tier 2 and 3. So here is an example of the subcomponents that are on that second parent letter, which directly match the submeasures for our legislation, as well as the requirements vendors had to meet. So we have the phonological and phonemic awareness section, and that directly correlates with those screeners. And so we have a direct parental strategies that's able to be sent home with that second parent letter. So again, we can continue that educational cycle from school to home, home to school. And fun fact, all of these parental strategies were tried out by different members at ADE to make sure that we were recommending appropriate items and things that could easily be done at home without a whole bunch of extra materials. So if you're in our guide, the parental strategies do start on 23, and we have different parental strategies for each area. So it would be appropriate that if a student was not at benchmark for phonological skills, we would be sending home this page, page 23. Or if we were working on vocabulary, we would have a section, that is parental strategies that can go home that build vocabulary versus sending home one that doesn't apply for the submeasure that was a specific skill gap. And so that was our guidance. Our next step in the dyslexia plan for Arizona is our training. So we have legislation that calls for a training opportunity for one kindergarten through third grade teacher in every school to be able to complete this complete series of a training that's going to help teachers understand and recognize those characteristics consistent with dyslexia. And, oh, sorry, you can't see the bottom of this. Here we go. And to be able to implement structured literacy that is systematic, explicit, multi-sensory to meet not only needs of students who are at risk for reading struggles, but also that rich instruction for literacy. And so this is currently being drafted by the department, and we plan on having a request for information that gets sent out to vendors, just like our vendors did for our screener list, where we're going through that intensive review, and then after all of the components for understanding what needs to be done for that training, it will be written, and vendors will be able to submit for different training opportunities that teachers and schools will be able to complete. So that is our dyslexia plan in a nutshell. Do we have any questions that I'm able to answer?
I have a question.
Christina?
Yes, hi. So I'm curious as far as if there's recommendations or guidance for anything beyond the screening and beyond. I mean, I know you showed us the MTSS guide. What about treatments or interventions that go beyond structured literacy type of interventions? Do you have any guidance on those practices and include the duration, the frequency of the delivery of the interventions?
Yes, absolutely. And that is a perfect tie-in of those Move On When Reading requirements and also the literacy plan. So currently we are reviewing and having those discussions with schools that we at the department have been able to update our Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 lists that meet evidence for ESSA, which is those research-based programs, and making sure they have strong levels of evidence, and also being able to have that open conversation of duration and frequency, and being able to help schools meet the needs of their communities. What's right for school A might not be right for school B, but then we do have that list that is backed up by research.
Follow-up question.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I know MTSS is really a general education type of term for the degree of intensity of the interventions to be provided for those general education students. Does the plan include any type of recommendation for referral for special education or evaluation? How does the dyslexia plan play into special education in this state?
Absolutely, it involves all areas. And as I said, this guidance document was co-found or written when you have multiple departments written in there, because we did want to be inclusive of all students, not only general education, but special education and English language learners. And there is very specific measurements and wordings in the guidance document about evaluations and including students of all types in that MTSS process. And you'll also see on the MTSS chart, there are additional in blue guidance and resource documents that we are able to support anyone in those processes for ESS services or OLS services as well.
Michelle, this is Angela. I'm going to just chime in a little bit. I don't know if this helps Christina with your question or not, but these documents, as Michelle said, were co-authored. There was an internal stakeholder group that involved all of those folks to make sure that boundaries were drawn and that there isn't over identification or anything based on this. That is definitely something that we wanted to be cognizant of and make sure that we draw attention to the resources that are available if and when referral is necessary. So those are some of the documents that Michelle's referencing that are embedded.
Can I ask another question? So I know that this is guidance, and you've used the word guidance. Besides the Move On When Reading legislation, are there any other requirements for schools to utilize this? I think there's a 45-day screening requirement, but what other requirements do schools have in the state for determining if a student requires special education or even for MTSS?
So that is a great question. That was a reason we did marry together with that Move On When Reading, because it is already an established cycle in the schools are already practicing having that screener, and which includes that 45-day screener. And the way that the legislation is broken down, it specifically calls for sub measures such as nonsense word fluency and rapid automized naming in kindergarten and first grade. So those are those measures that are being added in, which are directly correlated with the dyslexia legislation, which will bring us to those diagnostic skill gaps. And that for us, because this is the first step of the legislation, we're continuing on those stair steps, and we do have plans where we want to continue to move our state in that positive direction of being able to help not only identify students who are at risk for struggling readers, but who might have characteristics consistent with dyslexia, which will be included with, you know, that training process, and then our continuous guidance for, now that you've screened, what do we do now? And that's where that future guidance is, future guidance and future training from the EL8 team is some future stepping stones that we have coming up.
And also, just to kind of piggyback on what Michelle has said, is that there are requirements with the Move On When Reading that schools have to, have a core program that meets certain requirements, including meeting state standards, the pillars of literacy, and as evidence. And there's some things that have been in place for a while. The dyslexia component just kind of layered on top of it to add that next level. So the Move On When Reading expectations have had that reading foundational piece kind of there.
So to follow up, so there's some requirements. How does the compliance occur from this, I guess, legislation? I mean, what does ADE do to ensure compliance with this?
Absolutely, and that is with our state literacy plans. In those state literacy plans, it is a very complex report that schools self-report, and they are including those core programs that they are using, and which we, on the back end, are able to insert programs that have evidence for ESSA. And if schools are not using programs that do not have evidence, we're able to have those conversations and those learning opportunities for core. And then there's an area for interventions. So what programs and materials are being used, along with frequency and duration for tier 2 and tier 3. In that literacy plan is also a special education programs area where schools are able to share what programs and ways they're meeting students' needs, along with their assessment plan, which is specifically right now 2 different areas. One that says we're using this year as our establishment year to pick a screener. They still have to screen, but then they type in what the name of the screener is, or they're able to use a drop down that picks one of the 7 approved and be able to give us that data. So currently, beginning of the year data has been reported, and we're able to see the total of number of students that were screened and the 3 different areas being at benchmark, approaching benchmark, and at risk. So we're able to see that screening, and that data is turned in 3 times a year.
And this is Angela again. I'm going to jump in, Michelle, sorry. I don't know if this kind of helps, again, Christina, but these are all general ed initiatives. Their literacy plan is part of Move On When Reading requirements. And that's why Michelle said at the very beginning that they've really tried to make it clear that these are things that special education students who are already identified and or EL students who are already identified can also receive these tiered supports. So these are all gen ed initiatives that fall under their MAUR requirements and their literacy plan requirements. The special ed requirements have not changed. And certainly if a student is screened and needs an intervention for reading, that doesn't automatically delineate that they may have a disability and need to be evaluated for special education. So that's why with the dyslexia framework coming out, they've really tried to delineate how those different tiers can work and what the support should look like, knowing that there is nothing changing for special ed, and that, you know, a parent can still request a referral if they want. And again, dyslexia still falls under that learning disability pot if that's where they think that it's going to fall. And therefore, none of that has changed. This is additional support, Gen Ed initiative to try to make sure that kids get the support they need in that early intervention that we know can help.
So I wanted to voice a concern in that area. Some parents, after a child has been identified as needing special education, some parents have been told that well, their child cannot receive these Gen Ed services because they're in special education. So for example, a reading specialist, a reading teacher, that the student with special education services cannot receive those services from that reading specialist. And so that's very concerning, especially if the reading specialist for the district is one of these people who get trained in these programs, the knowledge and practice standards from the IDA, which is a great thing. I'm glad you're doing it. I hope we could do it to all teachers actually. So can you talk a little bit about that? Because where this is really coming from is, as a member of CEAP for a number of years, where we get those data for the performance in reading for our children with special education, and it's been flat for years. So I really want to advocate to do something about that. And high quality structured literacy instruction is key. So can you address or clarify if that is true, that special education students are not entitled to get the services from reading specialists, and where that the Gen Ed and the special education services or boundary is? Can you talk a little bit about that?
So this is Angela, Christina. So as I'm sure you're aware, 15763 was passed a couple of years ago, which actually talks about special education services being delivered by other certificated professionals, and there are criteria for outlining what that might look like in the IEP. And that said, as you also know, students are general education students first, and special education is supplemental to that general instruction. So they should, as I'm sure you're aware, they should have access to all the same things that their Gen Ed peers have access to. If for some reason there's individuals that seem to think that that's not happening, I would strongly encourage them to work through the channels at their district or local school, and they can always reach out to their assigned program specialist that's affiliated with that school or district so that we can try to help them out as well. Because we haven't seen or heard that that's happening, but that doesn't mean it's not. It's just that we're more than happy to reach out and help where we can, but we just need to have it brought to our attention.
Thank you.
Dovetailing on what Christina was talking about, she ended right where I was going to pick up is there's been the reports to the State Board of Ed, but I would pose that they have not been very transparent to the broader public. We haven't really been able to monitor since Move On When Reading was implemented, the improvement. I mean, we know how many kids were held back and how many were not, but that's about it. We've never reported on subgroups or how many were special education. And I very much appreciate the fact that we're reiterating the fact that this does not change special education requirements, but I hope it changes special education outcomes. I mean, just at first blush, to me, this could be an increase in referrals, which could be a very good thing given the things I've heard from parents in that community, and certainly hope that there's an increase in performance. Because what's distressing to me, having been on legislative staff when we did Move On When Reading, is this shouldn't have been necessary, right? If Move On When Reading was really implemented the way it was originally designed, this additional dyslexia layer should not have been necessary. I'm grateful for the advocates who put it in place, and I sincerely hope it makes the difference. But kind of to Christina's point is, how are we gonna make sure that it makes the difference that it's intended to do? And how can we make sure that the progress and improvement outcome is very public and very transparent and empowering to those families where I know there are a lot of families who worked really hard to get this legislation in place. I don't know who that's a question for, and I apologize.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with that one, Carla. I think it was more of a statement than anything else. I don't see an actionable item in that one. But I appreciate the comment.
Could I perhaps make a more pointed question that we can perhaps consider as an actionable item? Can we request data from ADE and perhaps ESS on, you know, specific reading performance? I think it was I don't know if it's a SIPR. It's an improvement plan for the state that we specifically focused on reading with students with disabilities, I believe. And I don't know if that's ended because I think it was a time limited type of program or plan. But could we request specific data or more information regarding reading performance, and specifically perhaps, you know, after Move On When Reading, or, you know, that would be an interesting data trend to watch to see if the efforts in general education is making an impact on students with disabilities.
Alyssa, I'm going to let you answer that one, but I think we're going to get that data annually, do we not?
You do, correct. Now, I think what you're saying is that you would like data from our SIP, which is our State Systemic Improvement Plan, and the SIMR, which is the goal within that. That's what I'm hearing you say, if I'm right. And I believe that in our SIP, we highlight the connection between Move On When Reading and in the students that we're looking for in the 3 to 5 grade band. So I believe you're going to get that information when we present on that anyway. But certainly we can take a look and see if there's more that we can provide when we go over the achievement data.
There will be a lag in that data a little bit though, right?
Yes.
Yes. So I don't know that we'll get it immediately, Christina, but we will eventually get it, right?
And then there is that hiccup. I mean, I guess the question is, where did the data come from? Because of course, last spring we did not test, and so if it comes from the AZ Merit data, then we'll have a missing important data point that we really need to make decisions with. So is there another data point that could be used, perhaps, if that's the case?
The answer is there will be missing data, and because we use that as our data point, but we also look at progress measures if we are able to obtain them from the schools that are participating in the SIMR. Because progress measures are not required, we don't get them from all schools, even though we ask for them.
I don't know that we've ever seen, have we seen those? Have those progress measures been presented? Yes, they have. I remember now.
Yes, when we presented the SIP in the summer, we've talked about that as well.
No, I meant the Move On When Reading data. I think that is presented. Yeah, annually. Okay, if there are no other questions, this was a fascinating discussion. We really appreciate your time in terms of showing the process and the resources that have already been developed for this. Thank you. Let's take a 15-minute break. Well, a little less than 15 minutes. Let's come back at 2:15. Okay, we're a little behind in schedule, but come back at 2:15 for an equity discussion. Thank you very much.
Kathleen, this is Carla. I'm moving to phone. I gotta go pick up my daughter from school.
Thank you. Well, I hope everybody is coming back from break. For our next discussion, I put in the chat the equity framework that ADE has. I know I'm trying not to use the chat, but I am stating this aloud for the minutes that the website for the equity framework for ADE is on the aze.gov equity, our equity framework, if you'd like to look it up. And this discussion is, the panel is to discuss the ADE equity mission statement to ensure students with disabilities are represented, equitable opportunities. And the current Arizona Department of Ed vision statement is equity for all students to achieve their potential. So I'd like for us to begin this discussion with that commitment statement and to look at the equity framework. It's really pretty well developed with definitions of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and then the 6 goals of educational equity. If you would take a look at these, and then let's start with comments about how we as a CF panel can ensure or request that special education students are included within the development of this. I'm assuming that goals for the ESS will be developed from this framework, and we're just entertaining a general discussion of what this might look like for our students.
And if I can add a little bit to that, just to, hopefully you guys had a chance to look at their webpage. This came from multiple discussions over, different meetings about this new division. It's been in now, I think over a year, maybe a year and a half, that we celebrated across the nation that we have this new, department. And so the task today is to really understand, looking for opportunities that we might have in this space. Alyssa shared with us that she does have people in ESS working with these folks across departments. So again, what does CF want to see? What would we like to see goals be within the disability community within this framework that they just pulled up? So again, do we have an adequate place in the discussion and within the framework? And we might. So we don't want to create something that's already there. That's what this is all about. So I just wanted to piggyback to make sure we all understood exactly what we're doing right now.
And I would also, thank you, Susan and Kathy. I would say before we develop goals, I would suggest, Susan's words are exactly right. Look for opportunities, things that you think might be missing, because at the end of the day, ESS needs to engage with the equity and diversity and inclusion group to the work of special education relative to our work under the federal mandate. So we need to have the flexibility, and I wouldn't want us to be pigeonholed and for you guys to spend a lot of time for us to kind of move away from what you've put forward. I think what you might want to focus on is where you see gaps or where you have questions or where you would like us to explore with this framework within the agency. Opportunities.
Take a few minutes to read this and then react.
Yeah, and certainly pull it up in your own browser if you need to look at it a little swifter. It's pretty quick. They did, their framework is very short, which is helpful.
This is Megan. I guess one of my first just observations, and you know, I'm thinking this might just be more to come, but so for under outcomes, are there areas already identified by ABE that you guys are seeing discrepancies that you're looking to target, or is that something that CAP could ask for the current trends and then we could provide some recommendations around that?
Thus far, the work has been very focused on the development of the mission and the development of the framework. So it hasn't had specific program, hasn't been developed out in the program areas. So in special education or any of the other specific program areas, and it certainly hasn't had data or goals or anything else developed. That's work that goes much further down the line than this is very, very beginning work. So I think we're looking at very, very big ideas here.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Yep.
Thanks, Alyssa.
Thank you. Yes, I was looking at the commitment statement, and what just struck me right away is the phrase full academic potential. And I know as educators, we're about academics, but for some kids, academics might not capture their whole realm of learning that we are focusing on. And so perhaps all students reaching their full learning potential might cover all of those other areas I'm thinking about for some of our students who have more significant needs.
Good point.
That would not edit the commitment statement, but it would, if we develop a commitment statement based on that, it would then use that language or could use that language. Is that correct?
I'm thinking more of representing all students and what they're achieving in school, that learning potential would more accurately reflect all of the learning that's occurring in school, i.e. social emotional, daily living skills, not just academic.
Is that a suggestion that we can then make to that, to the equity area?
I think that, yeah, but at the end of this, Kathy, I think those would be, I mean, I'm sure Alyssa and folks are taking notes too, because whoever's on that crew that's involved in this work, I think that it would just go up to them as a recommendation. And if they chose as a team to make those edits based on the CAPS panel's recommendations, then they would do that.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, there might be more of those that we may pull together in some form, whether it's in our notes or in an official something that needs to go up further, but that'd be one of them. So thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy. Yes, that's definitely a good catch for with our lens.
I am so sorry. I had to step away. Could someone just repeat that note we just made?
That in looking at the commitment statement, replacing full academic potential with full learning potential for the reasons that, that it isn't all about academics.
I had another reflection, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm under the equity tab. Sorry, I'm on my own browser. And I see that, you know, we want to produce positive academic and social outcomes regardless of blah, 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 all this stuff, which is great. We want to put all those things in there. I am not sure that I'm seeing anything regarding mental health. I mean, I see cognitive, physical ability, but again, I just have that, you know, that eye from my lens in perhaps mental health is not being represented here.
And nor are they saying anything about disability. It's just, I mean, I know that they're trying to do it from more of a positive spin, but so what would that be, mental health status, or what language would convey that?
I'm gonna, well, I don't know if I can help
Emotional
Nancy,
needs.
but well, part of me worries that we start calling out every disability, we're gonna get crazy. I mean, because people will say, what about TBI? What about, you know, they could. That's what I hear in my world. So maybe, again, it's a recommendation to make sure that when they say all, they're talking about all. But maybe I'm not. Maybe not, Nancy. Maybe it needs to be called out. But I'm going to make a point real quick. This is the work I do and kind of the other stuff I do that people don't know. But disability is diversity. And it's not even listed under diversity. It's not its own thing. Disability is part of diversity. I hope that's understood. So if nothing else, they could add the word disability under the diversity. And that may cover the things that we're talking about. Does anyone disagree with me? I don't want to be, I'm speaking from like hearing everybody in my ear from independent living and self-advocacy, and that we don't embrace disability as a diverse population. We kind of put it out here, and it really is to be folded under diversity.
And
but please argue with me, or
it seems like they were trying to talk about disability without using the word disability, and they, you know, pulled out cognitive and physical, but for all of us, that doesn't cover everything. So, you know, how can you word in the ability realm without using disability, but cover everything so everyone is pleased, right?
And that could be why they did that. I don't know. Go ahead, Nicole.
I hear Nancy's point, and I agree, because just depending on the lens of you're looking at this and you're saying, okay, we want equity for all. We want to make sure that these areas don't prove that we're not being equitable. And I agree with Nancy on ensuring that health is not something that prevents somebody from receiving that equity, whether that be mental health, behavioral, we have that mental behavioral health, or we have that physical health. I think health, behavioral, mental, somewhere along the lines needs to be in there. I agree, maybe not being too specific, because then yes, you get specific and then you get people who are like, well, what about this and what about this? But health is not listed in there. We have the cognitive and physical ability, and that covers a plethora. But maybe just cognitive and physical health, or just something along those lines, so we can ensure that the health status of people doesn't take away the equity in this statement that they're trying to communicate.
And that may be a specific call out. I'm going to think about this a little more, because maybe it just needs to say all abilities. I hear that term a lot. Leanne, were you going to jump in? Because I do think your perspective might be helpful here.
And I agree with you, Susan. I think all abilities, you know, whether you use the word disability or abilities, but all abilities, because you can't just cognitive and physical is just two of multiple, you know, you have the sensory disability, developmental disability, you have so many different major categories that you're just listing two categories of disabilities. So if you say all abilities or the word disability, whatever one you want to, you know, say, or even if you put small d-I-s and then capital A, you know, ability. So, but I think when you're just saying two of 7 major categories of disabilities, you need to broaden that out, not so it's just 2.
I like your suggestion of small dis, capital A for ability. That would, I like that.
Focus on ability than
Is
the
that
disability.
common, is that a current way of looking at ability in terms of disability?
Yes, in the disability, where is a center that, you know, Centers for Independent Living, a lot of times you'll see the small d and capital A to focus on abilities compared to the disability. Yeah. But that may be one way of writing
yes.
it. Where
I think it's
and I think
odd.
we could spend.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kathy.
No, I just think it's odd that they called out those two, cognitive or physical ability. Yeah.
And we can make multiple recommendations. I don't think we're going to decide this. It needs to be their team probably with our input, meaning we throw out all abilities or disabilities with the capital, or just a different way to encompass that group and health somewhere. And I mean, like you guys said, whether it's just, you know, all abilities and health, or if they separate out, it could be recommended that we address health in some way. We might not be able to come up with the term today, but letting them know that, did we consider health, and would they feel as a group that fits in here too? Because I'm sure they've done a lot of research and on these things. So keep them coming. If you guys have other ideas, please. Yeah. We'll get them compiled. And
I will second what Susan is saying. This is definitely, this is kind of like this is not an ESS initiative. It's an initiative that's being led by a different part of our agency. So I am a stakeholder in this. So I want to represent CEAP's thoughts as a primary stakeholder for us. And I think that what you suggested thus far is really, really helpful in bringing this forward. But I'm not going to be the end all be all of this language. It will be up to the committee to decide what goes in. So yeah, suggestions are welcome.
And so that characteristic of ability is in both equity and in the diversity statements. They've copied it verbatim.
Yeah, okay.
So it should be there.
Should say health and disability as possibilities.
Add the word health. Okay.
I think too, I like that in the inclusion statement, how they have an inclusive group is by nature diverse. However, a diverse group isn't always inclusive. I really respect that they have that included in here.
Yeah.
I know, yeah, me too. The word treatment throws me off because it's so clinical. And then it doesn't really, what they wrote there doesn't really, I guess in my world of clinical treatment, and that statement's weird, but that's just me right now.
Where are you?
I don't want to get, well, under number three is called treatment, and it just says create a climate where,
you're under goal.
You know, people are accepted.
I was
yeah.
still.
Oh, I'm done. Yeah, I'm moving around. Sorry. Oh, I didn't know I thought we were just jumping around. My apologies.
Okay.
That's my brain. It just goes to something else after we're done. Anyway, just think about it. We can go back to what we were working on, Kathy. Sorry.
No, that's okay. We were on inclusion, but that's okay. That's any other comments on inclusion other than kudos to the inclusive group is by nature diverse. A diverse group isn't always inclusive. I like that. Those with I'm going to call out Jonas and Shaylin on this inclusion. Is there anything from your communities that in this inclusion statement that is missing?
I mean, I think what was already discussed as far as including all abilities would be helpful.
All abilities in the inclusion statement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, the inclusion statement. Okay, let me look at that one again.
Okay.
Yeah, that was under diversity, I think.
There is that link for the racial equity tools. You know, I don't know if there's some similar disability equity terms or tools that could be used, but if you go to that link, it's very much about racial, which, you know, sure, that's important, but it's not the whole piece of inclusiveness.
Right.
So maybe there's another link they want to put out there for disability. I'm not sure why they pulled out just racial equity here.
I agree.
Well, and I don't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Christina.
I was going to say the same could be said for, you know, other areas of inclusiveness, such as gender identity. So I think it's not very wise, I think, to just list one resource for one category, either all and be inclusive in your work there, or be exclusive of them all, and don't put a glossary for that.
I
So,
agree.
but I do appreciate the effort to educate.
Yes.
My
so that's helpful.
My suspicion was this was a starting point. So remember, this work is very, very, very new, very new. Like you guys are on the cusp of it's literally just been rolled out within the last couple of months.
So my suggestion is to move that tools glossary link to the number 5 resources, or to have a resource page or something like that, separate from the descriptor here.
I think that's a good suggestion.
Yeah.
And then for inclusion, maybe just talking about access, like equal access as far as disabilities and like potential like accommodations that are needed for things.
Yeah, equal access. That's good.
I think you're right. They haven't looked at the term equal access, which we tend to really look at in our field. So equal access, that phrase in inclusion, an inclusive and welcoming climate embraces difference and offers respect in words and actions for all people. It offers respect, embraces difference, and offers respect and equal access, perhaps.
I think that would be helpful to also include that in that section, equity above.
Okay.
Just to jump
And,
back.
you know, maybe the recommendation is just to consider equal access within the categories, and then that team can determine the best fit. I just don't want us to get too much into the weeds, because we're not going to be the ones changing these statements. And so I think just the broader, hey, don't forget, like maybe use the words equal access would be really helpful in a couple categories. And that way they can determine where best to put it, because it probably fits in other areas too.
Yeah, it's just giving them that thinking piece, and then they can figure out where to put it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Nancy. because they kind of talk about it under access and inclusion. Participate equitably in all services, but it could be worded a little different. And I'm not trying to jump ahead this time, but I'm looking at the clock and we're about 22 minutes away from being done, Kathy. So I don't know if we want to zip through this or stay here, and I don't know, because we just.
I think that now that we are aware of this and we've provided some language, I would entertain you looking at this individually, and perhaps if we've missed some items, either email me or email Alyssa to add some terminology to this as they move forward. And Alyssa, we don't know that you have a schedule for when you're giving feedback to them at this point.
No, I don't have a schedule. Is the intention then for CIAP for us to gather our notes and provide this feedback, or were you going to write a formal recommendation?
That's up in the air at this point.
Is there a recommendation that would give it? Does it really matter, Alyssa, or anybody on here? Is it more formal and official, or could we just be kind of non-formal and send it up with our notes?
I don't think it needs to be super formal, but I do think it would be better if it came in writing from CIAP. It doesn't. I don't think it needs to be as formal as what you're sending to the superintendent. It could be just an email that you send to me that I then take forward to my chain of command.
Okay.
But I would recommend that it comes that way.
Okay. Then if everybody agrees, does anybody disagree with that? We could do it that way.
Nancy, you still have your hand raised. Is that from earlier, or do you have something else to add?
Well, that's from earlier, but I can add. I can always add. No, I just wanted to say I agree with that, but then Susan also, I'm not liking that word treatment either. It really seems like it should be like climate or, engagement or something, not how I'm going to treat you. I think that's how they meant it, but maybe there's a better word for that. And I'll try to put my hand down now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That can be somewhat inflammatory for some people who've been under a lot of treatment. It has a different connotation for different people depending on what they've dealt with in their life. And so it could be, yeah, I had a thought too about what it could be, and that could be thrown into an email to Kathy and I, or whoever, and Alyssa, or mostly Kathy and I, and we can formalize it to Alyssa. If there's other things that you guys want to add, and probably fairly quickly, just because it'll get lost if we. I'm not saying to do it by tonight, but within the next week or so, that would be really helpful if you have other things to add.
Okay, so this is, we will, by the end of the week, by Friday the 13th, if you have any other recommendations on this, send it in an email to both of us, to Alyssa, sorry, your chairs,
Susan and
Kathleen, and we will by the 16th, we'll either work over the weekend, or let's say by November the 17th, we will have an email that we send officially to Alyssa with language recommendations on this equity framework. Does that sound like?
We appreciate it, guys.
Okay. So
thank you, guys. We appreciate your
very
feedback.
Actionable item, and we really appreciate that. Our next thing to look at is the key points from today's meeting. What were the actionable items? And it looks like we have a couple of them. One was something regarding PSO data. Is that correct? This was from Heidi. And I don't have really good notes on that. Do you?
I just wrote summary of. Oh yeah, go ahead, Nancy.
Sorry.
Somebody else might have been.
No, I believe that was Heidi asking about just a little bit deeper dive into the data, not just the overall percentage, but maybe separated out by disability or by what level of service did the students have, or area of the state. So just a little bit more information, I think, is what she was asking for.
I actually also think she was asking for current year data. So
yeah.
Do you think we could
But
get
you
that
guys
for
have-
our next meeting?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right, and Nancy, you had an actionable item, did you not? That you were going to remind us of?
Was it, I'm going to help you, Nancy. Was it the practices or delivery of instruction and where schools are doing well? Maybe I wrote maybe professional development around this. This is something I wrote that could be actionable. It was, it was about COVID. Yeah. Go ahead, Nancy.
And the sharing of multiple entities of what's working and sharing of those ideas. And Christine, I think maybe you added something to that. Is that correct?
Yes, so I did, and it really played off of Carla's comment, was really, perhaps making a motion to move forward with a recommendation for the use of the federal funds that are allotted to states to address the need to share some innovative practices or practice models within special education. So maybe a communities of practice type of, or task force, coalition. And I really wish we could hear more, again from Carla. But because she did mention that opportunity to use funding, so and I really loved the wording she used with the innovative practice models or innovation, and I think it stemmed from the sharing of current practices due to this, pandemic.
At one time, Alyssa, you were saying that the districts have access to COVID funding that they have to use, that you're encouraging their use for special ed. Is that not correct?
Sure.
It reminded me one of the last meetings, correct?
There are several sources of funding, federal dollars related to COVID for a variety of different purposes. But I think that Carla was suggesting she was suggesting something different. She was suggesting a proposal to the governor's office for his COVID funding, his GEAR funding, to talk about, to highlight innovative practices occurring during COVID that might potentially highlight or be able to be continued on post-COVID. They're the silver linings potentially.
That's something that we have control over as our panel.
I cannot advise you on that because I don't. I was just kind of sitting here reflecting on that. I think it's an interesting idea. I don't know how to advise you on that.
I believe perhaps we could make some sort of recommendation to Alyssa, asking her to share that with the state superintendent. And then if that's something the state superintendent believes is valuable to bring forward to the governor, then she could do so.
Perfect, yes.
Okay, fantastic.
I was processing that in general because I think that's something that ESS could potentially take a look at It's not something that we could do where we're in throes, but it's something that we could take a look at as we start to come out of this. What were the silver lining opportunities? We're observing that even at the SEA level. Certainly there are going to be things that we've learned at the local level that we can replicate as we move forward. So I definitely want to put a pin on it even for our work, but if you'd like to recommend that, I can take that forward, that's fine.
Great.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, Carla was trying to unmute. We had her on mute. Sorry. Star 6. Yeah, if anybody ever needs to know.
I'm driving. Sorry, I'm like screaming in the phone as you guys were saying all that and nobody could hear me. What I was alluding to was, I believe it was $1 million that the governor had set aside for an innovation grant program. So AFER Arizona is administering it, and schools can apply for this one-time money to develop innovative practices. So it's more of a grants competition. So it's really, and after the grants go out, they're doing a lot of really great promotion of some of the great things schools are doing. 2 of those grants, I can forward Alyssa some information on this when I get back, were specifically for special education. So I was thinking about the set aside dollars that both the governor and the superintendent have for their GEARS funding, and the other, I can't remember the GEARS and the other one, that we could set aside for one-time funding of innovative practices, so people have that money to try and do something bold.
I think that sounds like a great idea, but I would also say this would be good for you guys to recommend for me to take forward to the superintendent. I think it's not something that's within my sphere of control, but I'm happy to bring it forward to her.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can write something up and send it to the chairs and Alyssa when I get home.
Okay, they're shaking heads. That would be great, Carla, and we can have it taken to the superintendent and see what shakes out.
I have another request.
Okay.
So it's very similar to Heidi's request for additional information on the PSO information. And my request stems from the reading data, some additional information specific to maybe the progress measures that are reported 3 times a year, to have access to some of that, but then also, if possible, to tweeze out, special education and just a variety of different variables, I suppose. So if we could have access to that or get additional information, because I do think we could use that information to help, I guess, that silver lining component, maybe thinking long term. What we do know about this pandemic is that there are long-term consequences for all students, but especially for students with disabilities, that there has been regression, there has been lack of FAPE. And I read somewhere in some report that they're estimating the degree of catch-up, the duration of catch-up or what have you, that it has lasting impacts on the lives of those impacted. And so we could take our data and of course use that over time and hopefully plan to rectify that or remediate it in some way. So I think it all starts with data. So I'm just requesting more of that.
I don't know that that's going to be available for our next meeting. Alyssa's shaking her head no, but we could have the Move On When Reading tell us about how they're to be collecting it. Could we do that instead?
We're mid-year, so if you're looking for COVID-related data that's happening right now, we're in the process of collecting that data, and it's going to be all kinds of wonky. I'm not suggesting it doesn't exist, but it's going to look very different than it's looked in years past because of everything that's happening right now. That's assuming that, and remember that only schools participating in Move On When Reading must provide it. There is no other requirement for schools to provide progress measures. So when they participate in the SIP, which is a requirement through monitoring, we beg, plead, we do everything we can to get the data, and we still end up with gaps because it's not required. So I'm not sure that that data is going to show you what you want to see. We just presented on SIP data in the spring, and that was for the previous year. We are required to report on the SIP. There's no waiver in that data reporting or in that data collection at the conclusion of this school year. So we'll be doing it all over again and presenting it to you. And we can certainly try and tease out connections in the move on when reading. And that's information that we're already going to be pulling out because OSEP asks us for it. So we can certainly do that when we present in the spring. But I don't think right now we would be able to pull that for you. So if we can table that for you, it's going to come back around.
Okay.
Now, let's just make
That's
sure.
fair.
I think that's, yeah. And then probably in the fall we'd get it.
We usually present it in the last CAP of the summer, I think, in the last late spring, because it's due in April, I think.
April. Okay. And then once we see that data, we'll see if there's anything further that we would like to see from there. Okay. All right. Is there anything else for the good of the order? We have 5 minutes left.
I just was going to remind us, Kathy, that we talked about the 2 documents and marrying them somehow, and that Department of Ed and the Raising Special Kids might do a webinar or just help families better understand. That was some recommendations we made about those 2 documents and helping families understand better. And then the last thing was the reminder on FAPE. Well, it was the whole conversation that Nancy was having at the beginning and Alyssa around guidance for during COVID, and just kind of pointing people back to what's already there, I think is what I heard, like just giving it again another push that, hey, we have put a lot of guidance together. We recommend that you remember where it is and find it around FAPE, and ramping it back up. This came from asking for more guidance for schools, but I think what we determined was just pointing them back to what's already been out there and the resources.
Right, and FAPE is not just, this is what we do here.
So
thank you.
Is that a recommendation for Alyssa to take to the the directors or to the districts?
It's a recommendation. It's just a recommendation to me on behalf of the app, and it's already on our agenda.
All right, great.
Just a reminder.
I have some other pressing reminders that have to go out soon, so I'll put it in the queue.
Okay, great, wonderful. Suggestions for agenda items for next meeting, which is when?
January something, 23rd, January something. Don't quote me.
Yeah.
January 28th or 26th. January 26th.
Yeah.
All right. Entertain agenda items of something you'd like to see, in addition to our reporting on indicators. Nothing yet?
And some of what we talked about today as action items might come up as agenda items for January if there might be some movement. But otherwise, yeah, and thinking back to panel, if there's anything that we've been asking about that just hasn't been, put on the agenda yet, because that happens. These agendas are packed. Can't put it all in there. Is there anything pressing that you guys want or need to hear about?
Just something that I saw recently that has, increased in frequency, I think. And Megan, you could probably speak more to this or recommend someone, is that, there have been more and more best interest meetings, which is a great thing for kids who are in foster care and in group homes or moving frequently between homes. And so the panel might be interested in hearing about how that population is being served, and the panel may have questions regarding that or input toward that. So that's a suggestion.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Nancy, that you've seen an increase because everyone's been working diligently to try to make that happen. So yes, I'm sure we could, if the group was interested, I'm sure we can find someone to present on that.
Megan, I'll have you research that and get back with us, okay?
But well, I know I can find someone. So I think if you guys want that, then I'm happy to have that organized by the next meeting.
Let's have it on our list.
With that,
and we'll see what the agenda we could do with that, with the other agenda items.
yeah, but it would be good, Megan, you can certainly reach out to your folk and let them know the date and kind of about the time, just because I know people are busy. And so if we do decide, foster care and some of these underserved populations are a big, like there's a lot of highlight right now. Native American, I mean, we're all trying to do more work with them, but it's a difficult population, the foster kiddos. So I feel like anything that this group can understand, and it's such a tight-knit group, like we're doing a project and we can't find them because if they don't self-disclose, we don't know that they're in the foster care world. And Megan, I know, is part of some with our team in Voc Rehab. Do you guys, is this something that our panel wants to hear more about? I'm seeing some head nods. Yeah. Okay. So we'll put it on there and see what happens, because it doesn't, yeah. Just because we want something doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'll put it,
Thank you,
I'll
Megan.
reach out and have them do a placeholder, and you guys just let me know.
Thank you. Yes, that would work. Please do so.
Okay. I have one last request for another agenda item. In the reports from the field, there was a lot of discussion about attrition from teachers and even students. And so I wonder if we could get some of that information at some point when they have it, like the degree or percentage of attrition, and then compare it to, of course, some of the results of the legislation or the changes in certification requirements, including a new endorsement to gen ed teachers to acquire a special education endorsement rather than a certification. So just to kind of watch for the degree or the level of providers that are available to students with disabilities.
So would that be somebody from the retention and recruitment committee or group?
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
It'd be somebody from ESS's recruitment and retention. I'm not sure we have that data yet, though, because the endorsements are really, really new and the attrition is currently happening. So I agree with you. When we have the data available, they're looking at the numbers all the time. I just don't think we're ready to go through it. But sure, absolutely, they'll be happy to come and present. Just as a side note, we are advertising the job fair that we normally have, that ADE normally has in Tucson and Phoenix, is moving to a full virtual job fair. We just started advertising the save the date last week, and we're using new software that kind of replicates an in-person experience. We're kind of excited to trial it out.
Great. All right. If there's no further recommendations for agenda items, I will entertain a motion to end the meeting. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Fantastic. Does not need a second. All in favor, wave.
Aye.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
See you in
Great
January.
meeting.
Be safe.
Yeah, very productive.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays.